I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list as always is open. As always, it is 3 card for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first giveaway, we are doing a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are participating in that giveaway. The other giveaway we are having today is we will be doing a reading giveaway at 50K. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. I'll be able to do that giveaway. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be doing a brief recap and letting you know what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to see that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. But first and foremost, most important, let me know how you guys are doing today. How are you feeling? How are we doing coming out of this new moon? This has been a I keep on describing this new moon felt a lot like a full moon. And I think a lot of the reason that we may be feeling that right now is Taurus energy is it's dense. It's very heavy. I like to describe it as majestic is the best word that I can use to kind of articulate it. And working in that space can be very grounding. It can be very affirming. It can build a lot in the space of determination, working through tenacity, having a lot of that observation and recognizing what one must bring to situations in order to allow for a context of change. It's very much like lean energy, which is why I always talk about the fact that the Taurus energy is like very much in the shoulders, because that's why we show, that's why when we like move, when we like see majesty, we show our shoulders to a certain extent. But at the same time, there's also, I want to describe this as it might not necessarily be the easiest thing to work through right now, because one of the things that we're seeing has a lot to do with the recognition of observation in terms of what one can change within the self versus what is outside of the self. Now, you'll have to, in order to understand a little bit of what we've been experiencing, I want to take you back just a couple weeks ago, working through that combination force that we experienced of the eclipse with the Mercury. And one of the most important things about eclipse energy that we talk about here is the fact that eclipses, the reason they're often described as chaotic is because they're unpredictable. It really depends on what's going on planetarily, because it really just amplifies things. Now, during that experience that we just had with that last eclipse cycle, we had Mercury and Venus in retrograde. A lot of consideration on the self, a lot of working on the mirror of the self, a lot of that consideration, particularly and especially as it relates to potentially feeling that over focus in terms of how one is perceived. These are all the things that we can expect with a combination of the Mercury and Venus. The thing I was saying during that experience was, is it me? Am I the problem? It's like that meme. But the thing about it is, coming out of that cycle can also be very fortifying, because the beautiful thing that we recognize with the Venus in retrograde is often we feel that heaviness in the inability to see beauty around us. But that actually helps us to see beauty within us all the more. And working through that context, working through the ability of trying to beautify, trying to make something better. I think that is a little bit of the gift that we're having right now with Mars moving into Leo, because the thing is, Mars doesn't really like being in Cancer. It's too it's too it's too emotional. Like Mars in Cancer is like emotions, get off of me. What are you doing? But I think that one of the difficult things that we're seeing right now is finding ways to communicate what has meaning, right? Like what being able to find a place to put the emotions that feel like they're energetically productive. Okay. Welcome to Mars moving into Leo. Welcome to like Mercury just zinging off like through Aries, getting to like just move flying into Taurus. And also with a lot of the idea or the aspect of Venus moving out of Pisces and back into Aries, right? Because I keep on hearing like when we put our emotions, remembering that the emotions ask for things into the spaces that have meaning to us, it doesn't feel like the emotions are a burden. It feels like you become the energetic force to be reckoned with, right? Because it's the reconciling of the emotions with a movement or direction as it relates to a plan of action. So, and I mean, again, this is having a big impact depending on where we find ourselves on the frequency cycles. Now, one of the most interesting things that we observed has to do with the fact that we saw that there's a new relationship cycle that basically opened up pretty much at the exact moment that Venus and Mercury came out of retrograde behind Neptune. And that was very important because and the way that, and again, bearing in mind, I view the energy from the point of view of how I see it. For me, when I see these energies, the idea of Mercury and Venus waking up behind Neptune is being able to observe the past in a way that one couldn't see it before. And we talk a lot about this in relationality to a good healing journey, right? A good healing journey often allows us to see things with more clarity. And sometimes the things we see there, we talked about this, the avoiding the emotional indulgence of a healing journey where everything feels good. Like that's probably not healing, right? Working through healthy healing is often being able to see things that you couldn't see before. There's a lot of wincing when you're healing because it's a wincing where the wisdom comes in. It's being able to see something that you couldn't see before that feels cathartic because you're able to observe and acknowledge something. But sometimes the things we see there, they're painful, right? They put the weight in our heart. But that's the thing when we've got weight in our heart, and I think that that's what's beautiful with Mars entering Leo. When we've got weight in our heart, Mars and Leo reminds us it's an honor to carry some of that energetic burden, right? Because that feeling, like something being able to identify the meaning of something, um, that is the gravitas, right? That is the gravitas that we understand and recognize the fact that something mattered, right? Something that is important. And so a lot of that work that we see also right now has to do, and I keep on seeing this is a new moon. I keep on getting the message like never before has there been such a healing new moon during Taurus season because there's a lot of that energy about in working in the context of letting go of bitterness, right? Because when we're carrying something that fortifies us, something that feels like it builds into our own path work. One of the reasons that we feel that weight is it's the honor to carry that weight, right? It's the procession of the self where the weight feels like it fortifies us, right? It's our anchor, our steady, it's something that steadies us. But often when we're carrying something that doesn't feel like it serves us, we can start to identify that that's the case when we find ourselves becoming bitter about things, right? And that bitterness is almost like the effect of holding on to something that the ego doesn't want to let go of, and the higher self is saying to us every step of the way, it's not really serving you to carry that. So I feel like there's a lot of that work that's happening right now, but it's tender stuff, right? It's sensitive. And it is having a different impact depending on where you find yourselves on the frequency cycles. And they're very different right now. The lessons that are coming through, they're all working in that same way, but they're having all of the energy right now is in very different places as they work through that. Interestingly, I'm going to start with the energy deep within divine union. I see a lot of the energy deep within divine union working through temperance lessons. And when we're trying to heal something, and that's kind of like one of the painful moments that was coming through in some of these messages. Healing is not just conditional upon our own intention, right? Healing is not, our intention can't navigate what can be healed. It's the consideration of the environment we find ourselves in, or circumstances or situations. That's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, taking the temperature of things, right? We see that in the temperance card, and we'll be talking about it in my tarot church class program when we reach that card. But the patience that it takes to read the room, take the temperature, assess what can be done to move something in accordance with what you aspire it to be. Because we were working through a lot of the lessons of understanding that when we try to force healing in places that it doesn't desire to be, our intentions are not enough to make it be positive. It becomes negative, right? Courtesy is not in the niceness we want to bring to a situation. It's what another effectively energetically desires to receive. And what's beautiful for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, working through those temperance lessons, the gift of the partner that is a clear mirror. Because when we build those connections where we've done the work on ourselves and it's deep within the space of intimacy, we're not afraid to have hard conversations, right? And sometimes those conversations are difficult because it doesn't mean that we look towards another and say everything that you do is perfect, right? It's a lot of that. And I keep on hearing like the clear mirror of the counterpart, where you can look to another and say, is this something that's happening within the self or outside the self? And feeling the beauty of the counterpart that's able to help you address a blind spot, right? And the trust that we build in that context is directly proportional to the relationship where we feel like we can say anything to one another, right? That's the gift that we get when we work on ourselves. While for masculine and feminine energy coming into divine union right now, there might be some rockiness that's happening. And I was giving a lot of support to energy coming into divine union right now, because these are a lot of the chariot partnerships that we saw that were occurring prior to the retrograde ending. And a lot of those are discovering the gift of being in partnership, where you don't need to worry about the condition of the relationship every moment, right? The chariot partnerships prioritize even ground. That allows, when we find even ground in partnership, it allows us to go into the inner sanctum of the self. But that's why I see that for a lot of that energy, working on a heart opening, the first thing that often comes out when we finally feel energetically stable is a lot of the trauma we've been carrying. And for some of that, it might even be like there might even be some surprises that are occurring there, something like some emotional, like flashbacks, things they didn't realize they were holding on to, or they didn't feel, like hadn't had the opportunity to feel, because the message has been coming through is when we're on a battlefield, we can't bandage wounds. This is why the body effectively holds trauma or keeps score, because it stores the trauma within us until it feels a place of safety that allows for the observation of a place where they can energetically express it. But that's why I see some energy right now being like, if everything's going so well, if everything has never been better, why do I feel so, like, where's all of this coming from? And it's coming from the past is effectively what's happening. Like, this is the energy of the counterpart saying, you've been carrying that for a long time, haven't you? Now, the energy in separation is probably my favorite energy right now, because it's a little, and I want to say this respectfully, it feels a little unhinged, but it feels a little unhinged in the best way possible. Because I see that same ability to release, and you see all of these right now are working to release bitterness. The energy right now in separation is in magician energy. And I keep on seeing that a lot of the reason that a lot of these partnerships that are coming together right now are magician partnerships are due to the fact that this is energy that is healing from unstable relationship dynamics in the past, potentially even situations where someone was coming towards another for inspiration. And what's so difficult about being in inspirational relationships relationships, we're calling them like wind energy. It's hard to put your finger on what's wrong. But that's why we were getting the message that when something's good but inconsistent, it's almost worse than something that's bad all the time. Because at least when something is bad all the time, you can predicate what you can expect. But when something's good but inconsistent, it is the worst thing, because you always are like, you're afraid to move away from it because you're worried that the good thing's going to go away. But it fries your nervous system, because you're like, it's like standing in front of, I keep on getting, it's like standing in front of it's like the relationship that feels like you're playing, what is it, like a slot machine, you know what I mean? Like, it creates that confusion. And there's a lot of, and one of the ways we can see that those relationships sometimes reach the limitation point is when someone starts airing their frustration and another person says that's not very dream of you and goes away. There's a lot of this energy that is healing by being in their authenticity, recognizing that a healthy relationship is not one where someone has an aversion to hearing another person's frustration, but that the sacred breath of union is being able to articulate the frustration and then have it met with progress, right? So there's a lot of this energy right now that's very much in the space of saying, you know, you like, what you see is what you get. Like, I'm not going to perform the act of the self. I'm sick of trying to be someone I'm not. But in the moment that they say that they're sick of trying to be someone they're not, what does the higher self say? There you are, right? Because being able to be in the authenticity, what is the higher self saying to the energy in separation? What made you think that being in your authenticity would move the counterpart that's for you away from you, right? Being in your authenticity only moves energy away from you that isn't for you, right? There is no rejection. Rejection is protection. So I see even now, like, not the fact that that energy is not trying. It's not the fact that the energy doesn't have goals in terms of what it is they're aspiring for, but this is the energy that is working to heal, holding that expectation outside the self by bringing it within. But there's a little bit of like, there's a little bit of this like irascible energy there, because it's like the energy that's like coming into themselves like as a form of riot, if that makes sense. And again, and that's the energy that's like, you know, like being, and then someone finding them there and being like, wow, they look delightful. You know, we had so many combinations of court cards coming up yesterday. You can see that in yesterday's reading if you head over to my Substack to see the photo. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. Now, if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. We'll be doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. We are already at 4.5. Thank you guys so much for tapping that screen. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this app to push this out to those who haven't received these messages. And we're also doing a giveaway today. Whoever gives the highest gift between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read will also win a free reading. But I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments. Scale of 1 to 10. How are you feeling in this energy? What are you doing to ground? What are you doing to move things forward in positive directions? Welcome to anyone joining us across the other apps as well. If you would like to get on the list too, you can via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Christina, thank you for joining us. Hi there, Jerry. Welcome, Sunflower. Good Grand Rising Creative. Thank you for getting on the list, dear. Good to see you today. Hi there, Shadlin. Thank you, V, for joining us as well. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Little Vamp, how are you doing today? Welcome. And how are you doing as well? Haley, I feel better. Big purge and release. Feels like new beginning energy is coming. Yep, I'm telling you, I told you, like we were seeing that a a lot of that like energetic or emotional purge that you're talking about, we were reading very heavily yesterday, particularly for the energy coming into divine union. There was a lot of that yesterday that we were seeing. But again, and that's why I was reminding you, like, I feel like if you're feeling a lot of that right now, like having those moments, articulating to it, not reacting to it, not projecting it is going to be really helpful as well. All right, one moment. There we go. That's better. Okay. Hi there, Sam. Finally able to relax. I feel like I've been running a marathon. No, an Ironman competition. I think it's going to get a little easier, right? Because I'm going to tell you, we've been having this yo-yo effect, particularly with Mercury and Venus, like going into Aries, dipping back down into Pisces, going back into Aries again. I've been telling everybody right now, those who with Aries placements might be feeling like a lot of intimacy wounds popping up. Those with Pisces placements right now may be feeling like a lot of abandonment wounds coming up with energies coming in and out of their house. And Taurus energy, those with Taurus placements might have to work through the fact of feeling like there's red flags everywhere right now because there's so many planets in Aries. There's so many planets in Aries during Taurus season. It might feel like a little anxiety inducing for those with Taurus placements. Hi there, Thomas. Thank you for the compliment, Melissa. I've been a crybaby all month. But here's the thing, Ashton. If you're articulating, I don't believe that. I think if you've been articulating the fact that you've been a crybaby, you probably haven't been a crybaby, right? Like you're already articulating to me that you recognize that it's been emotional. So there, but I get it. Like I'm telling you, it's that yo-yo back and forth out of Pisces to Aries, or working through another person's like fickleness. Flint, thank you for the follow. And Alves, thank you. Your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Grand Rising, Dwayne, I hope you're having a beautiful day. Grand Rising, Heather, as well. You have real talk. We do our best to have real talk here. The wincing is so true. I know, right? You're like, that's why we say I'm cringe, but I'm free. Because usually when wisdom comes in, that's the face you make. You're like, oh. Oh, well, happy birthday month, Dwayne. And thank you always for those hearts. You have an awesome day as well. And Kariz, thank you for the gifts. Grand Rising, Haley, so good to see you. That's me. I'm in separation. Sending you so much support right now, dear. I know it's not easy stuff. I'm here for the collective. You made it big. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say, Dwayne. Hope you're having a beautiful day. And Bella, thank you for those gifts as well. Grand Rising, Bridget. How are you doing today? I've been seeing all this activity on the Discord this last, I've been so busy this morning. I haven't even had a chance to catch up. I need you guys to bring me up to speed on the tea. I need to know what the tea is. 6 out of 10. I'm okay with a 6 out of 10 right now. It's not too bad. A 6 out of 10 is doable. We're good with that. Haley, I'm feeling like an 8. I don't have much Taurus in my chart, so I'm grounding by focusing on creative outlets. That's a great way to go right now. I've got literally no Taurus in my chart. It's crazy. Like literally, like very, very, very little. Thriving today. Venus moving back into Aries is making me feel better. I think Venus moving back into Aries. But little vamp, you've got Aries placements. Of course you're gonna like Venus moving back into Aries. You're like, do it. Alexandra, good to see you, dear. It feels really it's contemplative, right? Yeah. It's some things are needed to step into the next cycle. Exactly. It is definitely contemplative. And Haley, journaling right now is a great idea. I'm journaling and using my voice in creative ways to express myself. Adore that. Haley, I'm trying not to let my Pisces rising make me float away. But here's the thing, you're not trying. If you're saying you're trying, you're doing it. Okay. The fact that you're even articulating it, ground those dreams into reality. Okay. Remember, reality does not destroy dreams. Reality is a place where dreams come to life. Okay. And thank you, New, for joining us. Grand Rising, Elisa. So good to see you. Same. I was crying so much for the last few weeks, and I feel like I'm fine. I finally, there's been some lifting. I mean, like, and I got to tell you, like the nostalgia, Sam, especially, and I'll tell it's this retrograde during the eclipse. It was like really intense because I got to tell you, and you got to remember, Mercury and Venus were sitting fine. It was just fine in Aries. And it's like the eclipse grabbed them and was like, hey, remember? Like, hey, remember this? You know what I mean? Like the nostalgia just grabbing you and pulling you back. Hey, remember this? Oh, and you're like, and like they're like, no. Grand Rising, Elisa. Hi there. The list is open, New. Yep. You'll be the third person on it if you'd like to get on for today. It's been giving me clarity and releasing those emotions. Continue to do that work, Haley. Hi there, Elisa. Good to see you. We did just get started. You haven't missed a thing. You're a 10. Good job, Morgs. What are your placements? You got back from Spain. Holy smokes. Okay, well, I'm glad you're back then too. That's intense. Wow, that's a lot. Cool. That's really cool. I hope you had a wonderful trip and welcome back. Welcome home. I have no Taurus placements, but Taurus in the second house. Taurus in the second house is a good place to have Taurus energy. Like it's a lot of that, like I feel like it's a lot of that like neck crack, like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? It is what it is, like it's bump. Bridget, also you got on the list. Do I have you on the list? Where did you send? Give me an initial on where you sent the donation, love, and I'll make sure you're on the list. Adam, thank you for those gifts. Sam, I've been trying not to remember. Well, here's the thing. And I gotta stress, like, especially working in the context of memories, I want to, like, the thing that we have to recognize with nostalgia is, often we feel nostalgic because pain is easy to forget, right? The past is where everything is beautiful and nothing hurt, right? And so it's like making sure you're calibrating the past with like a lot of that work as it relates to reality. Like welcome to Venus moving into Aries, which is like, well, actually, like, like Venus into Aries is like, wait a minute, that's not exactly true. Like there's a little bit of that. Like let's just it's like I feel like here's the thing, like I feel like Venus and Mercury pulling back is like cue the violins on something sentimental. And then like Venus moving into Aries is like, get these out of the way. That is not what happened. Oh, you got on around 4 a.m. Oh, okay. So you had a very good night of sleep last night. Okay. Is it the place with a V? Oh, thank you. You did. Place with a V. Thank you for confirming, dear. Well, in that case, I might have to adjust the list because that means that you're probably after Per. I will confirm. And if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you're going to be the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for on these apps, pregnancy and medical. For those who'd like to get on the list, we do dream interpretations here. I got you, dear. Yep. We do highest priority messages from spirit. We do past life readings. We do angelic guidance readings. We do pet readings. We do spirit guide animal readings. We do, what have I missed? The only thing, if there is information and you want to see the full list of things we read for, just head over to my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio, and you can see the full list. If there's information that you would like to share with me that is relevant to the reading, you can put it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can include it in our subscriber-only Discord channel in the spots that are allocated for those spaces. I've got you, Bridget. I see it. Let me just adjust the list right now. The list right now we've got is Per, Bridget, Danae, and New. So if I have not named you and you have gotten on the list, let me know. Just send me the initial of where you sent the donation so I can confirm your space on the list. I've got you, New. You're there. And thank you, Bella, for sharing the live. It could be my Aries moon. Yeah, I mean, you're like the like. I feel like Haley, the Aries moon is probably helping you a lot with that. Like that's beautiful. You've got the Pisces rising, the Aries moon. I like that because they're gonna keep each other in check. Yes, this dream woke me up and I was like, yeah, I got to bring this one to Sin. I got to tell you, the dreams, like the dreams that I've been having since Mars moved out of Cancer have been wild. Absolutely wild the last few days. Wendy, thank you for the follow and thank you for sharing the live. And thank you, Curtis, for sharing the live as well. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the fifth person read for. A couple of updates before we get started today on our daily collective. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who was part of our recent class on the Hangman card. Our next tarot class is going to be held on Wednesday, May 14th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a study on the death card. It's not that spooky, I promise. I'm going to help you guys clear up a lot of the misconceptions with the death card. We're going to focus that class on the history of the death card. We are also going to be looking at the symbology of the card. I'm going to work you guys through spread application, how to read that card in any direction it may appear in your own spreads. And I'll be presenting you a unique spread that you can take from that class. And all you need to do, if you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, is mosey on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I do my best in giving you an update on what we've studied in each and every class. But if you wanted to catch up, now is the perfect time to join, because you can, you basically be able to do about 3 classes per week between now and the next class if you want to catch up. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we are studying or have studied thus far. And if you choose to become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the entire year's worth of classes, you will also receive full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That is access to over 13 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship reading with me, where I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your impact moving forward towards your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in our classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings and services. I also post there my weekly newsletter, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified. I also post my Mystic Meditations articles there, which gives you an update on everything we've been seeing in the energy over the last few weeks. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings weekly or biweekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your journey on a budget. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that dream journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list is open. You will be the 5th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here dream interpretation, past life, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance, pet readings, pet animal spirit guide readings. We do love readings. You can find the full list over on my tree that has links in it in my bio. And also, if there is information that you would like to share with me that you feel is relevant to your reading, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can include it in our subscriber only Discord channel if you are a subscriber in the areas designated for those readings. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those updates. Thank you again, Wendy, for the follow. Thank you, Cariz, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Christina, when what? When are you asking when the classes are? Totally took a minute to fall back asleep. I like the fact that you woke up and you just scheduled the reading. I love it. Alexandra, does anyone else become more assertive and daring in the dream space? Oh, absolutely. I mean, I feel like I have, like, for me personally, I'm always really surprised by the lack of fear I find in the dream space. Like, I was even having last night, there was like a lot of creepy stuff happening, and I was just kind of rolling with it. Graham, good afternoon, Miss Melissa. So good to see you today. I so want to. Anytime you want, dear. It's there when you're ready for it. No pressure. This is going to sound weird, but I've been looking for a mentor for classes. I don't think that sounds weird at all. And again, Dee, if you want to reach out to me to talk about that, that's what my mentorship classes are. They're focused on whatever area that you're looking to kind of learn more about. They're pretty much customized per student. I do a lot of work with those who are working to build their own spiritual practices or trying to understand their own spiritual journey more. So if you have any questions about that, you can also feel free to email me, Grace Strega at that mail that has a G on it, and we can talk more about it there as well. But thank you for finding us. I answered it. Oh, good, Christina. You had a weird one last night? Was there kitten meat involved? You always have a weird one, Nikki. You've got wild dreams too. I love interpreting your dreams. Marisol, yeah, my dreams were insane last night. I had a dream about getting brain surgery and a very colorful bird. If you want to get on the list to have it interpreted, I'd be happy to interpret that one. I probably need to get a dream read on it. Absolutely. That's true. They're always weird. Weird is good, though. You know, I like to point out, and this is what I work on a lot with my clients when we do the dream packages. You know, your dreams have like a landscape, you know, and that's why I'm not a big fan of the dream books. I'm not a big fan of the books that say, like, this is what this means in every context, because when I'm working with clients on their dreams, we start to understand the language of the dreams, because certain motifs, thank you for getting on the list, Nikki, like certain motifs that arise, they have a different meaning, right? There's a very personal meaning that often evolves in the space of what we talk about here. A good example is we've got one individual who knows that there's a certain room that they dream about, and only people who have crossed over appear in that room, right? So it's interesting, because the more that we're able to investigate our dream space, the more we can start to understand what we're seeing there. You fly in your lucid dreams. That is awesome. I was overly confident and flaunting it in my dreams last night. Well, that's great. I mean, and here's the thing. We will read about, like, again, we do a dream interpretation. We figure out what was being communicated there. Zazu! I love it. All right, friends. Yes, lots of dream reads today. I'm here for it. I'm always here for a good dream interpretation. That said, if you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the sixth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being Semi-Lio. If you'd like to see the full list of things that we read for here, you can find it on my tree that is Binks in my Lio. Also, if you're joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today in the same way. And if you have information that's relevant to share with me, just include it in the notes when you send the donation. Or if you are a subscriber to our Discord, just pop it in that channel and I'll refer to it when we do the reading. I know, I love the dream readings too. Chris can fly and control his flight in his like Iron Man. That is awesome. And I am jealous. He had one last night about fighting the Terminator. Wow. I had one. I was having this. Everybody, I mean, I'm telling you, it's all this Aries energy that we're back in. There's going to be a lot of that. Like, it's again, like, there's going to be a lot of like working through conflicts is what I'm getting. It's going to be a lot of like fighting stuff is what I'm getting to. And especially, with all of this Aries energy, it has a lot to do with like the head. So it's like everything is head and shoulders right now. All right. And also, friends, just a reminder, we're doing 2 giveaways today. First giveaway is we'll be gifting a free reading to the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that. The other giveaway we're doing right now is we will be doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We're already at 10K. And also when you tap the screen, it encourages this app to push this out to those who have not received it before. If anyone's joined this, hi there, Lisa, on the place where we keep the photos. If you're joining us on any other apps, you can get on the list as well. And thank you for joining us, Diva. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? If you guys could do me a favor and share this live right now, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. But that said, why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Tuesday, April 29th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I have the first 2 cards in their 5-card spread? Oh, this card like hotcakes this week. Wow. 4 of Swords in its upright in combination with our 3 of Pentacles. Like this is, I'm not surprised to see this right now. Saturn, Venus, they're all preparing to move into Aries. And I keep on seeing that there's a lot. I keep on here, like, the thing about it, I feel like the words to really navigate to help us with identifying a lot of the work that we've been finding that's occurring right now, coming through this new moon in Taurus, is it feels like emotional reckoning, right? And what do we identify when we have emotional reckonings? It's observing, and we've talked a lot about this over the last few days, our emotions. When we observe our emotions like children, we understand that the emotions ask for things, right? But much like a child, the thing with the emotions is sometimes the emotions can't tell the difference between the things that they want versus the things that are energetically good for them. Okay? we have these, and that's the thing that we recognize when we come into a space of having a healthy relationship with our emotions. Just like the fact that when we're working with like a young child, and we kind of like operate in this space, when a young child comes to us and they want something, we don't necessarily follow the emotional demands of a child, because sometimes we have to say to the child, like, I know that you want something, but that's not great for you, right? Like, that's not great for you. Right. And so, and we do this, like, this is what we talk about in relationality to Like, and it's very important because it's been a conversation that's been coming through about the misunderstanding of the word unattachment, right? And an unattachment does not mean that the attempt of trying to sever oneself from emotionality, right? Unattachment is not the fact that saying it's great, I don't feel anything. I'm so like, in what context have you ever experienced anything where someone said, "Oh, it's so great. I just healed. Like I can't feel a thing." Like what are you talking about? That's not unattachment is not feeling. It's working through the context of understanding, not allowing the emotions to guide actions, but rather listening to the emotions, much like one would a child, to understand what the emotions are asking for. Because the emotions are often attached to memory. Emotions don't have the energetic memory, right? Emotions just feel the uptick of what they felt. This is often why we get caught in trauma situations, right? Because when we feel a lot of something, right, and we can't, the emotions can't disambiguate what felt like the emotion that is restorative and healthy. They just felt a lot of it. This is often why we can feel a lot of that volatility to things that we know are not like, this is why we often feel energetically connected to things that weren't necessarily beneficial to us. But that's why we work in the process of unattachment, because the unattachment that we're speaking towards isn't about going, "Oh, it's great. I don't feel anything. It's great. Oh yeah, I'm so healed." Like we're like, "What? Are you okay?" Like that's not like, "Are you okay?" Like, no, it's being able to understand and to say to the emotions, "Listen, I know why you feel that way. I honor you," right? Because when we honor our emotions, right, much like we do with children, right? We sit with children and we explain why they feel the things they do, what one can do to try to work through it, right? We honor the emotions by listening to the emotions and then recognizing and understanding, right? The emotions that need to be put to bed, right? Right? The emotions that need to be put to bed versus the ability to take something and move it into a space that's energetically productive and constructive. This is what we talk about, and this is what we do in healthy partnership as well, right? Because and we talked about we like this is also how we heal and how we absolve bitterness towards things, right? This is also how we talk about that aspect or that perception of moving in alignment with things that doesn't require one like to move into a space of perfection. It's the act of trying to perfect what one is experiencing. So a lot of that a lot of that space I just keep on seeing is working through. I feel like there's a lot of resolution that's coming through, coming out of this new moon cycle, but it's the resolution that is built upon what feels energetically fortifying, right? But and it is having a different impact depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycle. Center card for today's spread as we get into that. There's that Ace of Cups in its reversal, right? This is a conversation about being able to articulate upon things that we have a lot of emotions on, things that we have a lot of expression on. And the difficulty, and this is why we work to regulate in the space of our emotions, right? Because when we're too emotional about things, and this is the irony about it, when we're too emotional about things, we don't allow the context of being able to observe and recognize others' feelings, right? It's like emotions themselves can almost create that force field. And so this is why I keep on seeing that there's a lot. I keep on feeling like there's a moment, right? There's a lot of opportunities I'm seeing here that feel like they're building upon a lot of emotional release. But what's beautiful about this is it feels like emotional release in productive ways, right? Because I keep on hearing that the ability to release emotions, but in a way that feels like it is productive. This is I keep on hearing this is the impassioned conversation, right? This is the energy that is working in the context. And this is, I keep on hearing, the ability to speak about something in an impassioned way is its own form of surrender. Because remember, we talk about the fact that surrender is not giving up. Surrender is accepting circumstances as they are and saying to the universe, help me see what I need to do to bring myself into better alignment. So, for masculine and feminine energy right now, this is why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this rigidness. You'll remember I've been saying that there's a new partnership cycle that seems to have started ever since we came out of that eclipse cycle, or not necessarily the eclipse cycle, ever since Venus and Mercury came out of retrograde. And that's why I see that a lot of the energy right now in separation is in magician energy. And the irony of the energy being in magician energy is they're saying it's an illusion free zone. It's an illusion free zone, particularly and especially because this is a lot of the energy. I keep on hearing, I was saying this yesterday. This is a lot of the energy that may have even moved out of partnership where it felt like perfection. The ability to move forward into relationship was conditional on another person becoming perfect. Recognizing, and we saw that one of the big understandings that we arrived to during that last eclipse cycle is perfect is never found. Perfect is made. And often someone will articulate a lack of perfection because they like something just the way it is, right? And so it's that aversion to wanting to work on something that creates that sense of feeling like a lot of that sense that you're never good enough in partnership. I see a lot of energy healing from relationships of that nature, which is why this energy is, like I keep on hearing, like standing in the self, like standing in the center of the self as its own form of riot, because this is the energy that's almost saying to themselves, there's nothing wrong with me. That there is no form, that rejection is an illusion. That this is the energy that says, if I am being in my authenticity and I am good with what I find within and I understand what my assignment is, and another person sees me in that way and they reject me, that is a benefit to me. That is a benefit to one's personhood. Because why would you want to be in an energetic relationship where someone sees you in their in your authenticity and says, ew? Because when you build into that context, right? When you build into that context, it often creates that space. And this is the energy. It almost says, like, I see this energy saying, right, in the moment that they said, nothing I ever did was good enough, right? That is the first indication, right? That is the first indication of energy that feels like they were building into a conditional relationship or something where, and again, another person wasn't necessarily building into the desire of what they saw in another, but what they were hoping to turn them into, right? And so this is why I see a lot of this energy that's almost in that space, like they're encountering each other with like their hands on their hips and saying, like, this is who I am, like take it or leave it. And I see this energy almost like there's like a little bit of this, like, there's a little bit of this, there's a little bit of sass here is what I'm almost seeing. But it's good sass, if that makes sense. It's like a little bit of like, it's a little bit of that ta-da. Now, for the energy coming into, divine union right now, there's and for the energy coming into divine union right now, this is feeling more overwhelming. And I gotta tell you right now, if I'm reading for any of this energy right now, the energy I see coming into divine union right now is the energy I have the most concern for, because I just keep on seeing that there's some energy right now that's coming into divine union, and they're going through a massive heart opening. And the thing is that some of that heart opening that's occurring here may be suddenly being in a space of energetic safety, finally being in a space of safety that allows for a heart opening. And sometimes the first time that we go through a heart opening, the first stuff that tumbles out is all the pain we've been carrying. So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy like almost saying like, I don't know why everything's stable, why I'm feeling so emotional. Like this is the energy that like is basically like the counterpart saying, I understand you've been carrying that for a long time. Because when we are in, this is what we talk about, the fact that the body stores trauma. The body sometimes stores trauma in a way that we don't even know that we're holding on to something until we're finally in a space of safety that it feels okay to express it. So I keep on hearing this could be like a little bit of emotional outburst or suddenly getting very emotional about something and almost having to say to counterpart, like, I don't know what's come over me, but the counterpart saying, I do. You finally feel safe enough to express something that you've been holding on to because it never felt you never felt in a place that you were able to be vulnerable enough to be able to communicate it. So that's why I see that there's a lot of this energy that's saying to one another, welcome to that Mars and Leo energy. It's an honor to hold you as you navigate that, right? That is the chariot that is carrying each other through that work. While for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Whew, look at that. Wow, these are some intense cards today. We've got the Tower in combination with the King of Pentacles in its upright. And the one thing I will say is like, listen, I know you guys get all stressed out when you see the Tower card, and we're gonna go through this when we teach on the Tower card. The Tower card is nothing to be afraid of, right? There's no cards that are necessarily like boogeyman cards in the tarot, because a lot of the energy that we see, particularly around like, and I gotta stress this, I like the fact that we're starting this reading with some very stabilizing cards, right? We've got that Four of Swords here, and we've got our Three of Pentacles. But this is a lot of the energy that says to me, and I like to see the cards surrounding the Ace of Cups and the Tower card. We've got the surrounding, we've got a lot of stabilization that is occurring, like, and this almost says when we find stabilization, right? This is like the training wheels coming off of something, right? Like this is the training wheels coming off of something. This is being able to move away from something one felt like one needed, right? Like this is feeling like an emotional release that feels like it's a relief, because it's like the emotional release that's connected to a heart opening, which is saying something from a place of openness and saying it feels good to get that off my chest, right? Because a lot of that, I just keep on seeing like a lot of that work is, and this is very important for masculine energy, right? Especially with this King of Pentacles there, because there's a lot of the masculine energy I just keep on seeing has been working, like working on healing their egoic shield. I told you, for a lot of the masculine energy, working on healing that egoic shield, it feels like a lowering. So it's good to see the Tower card here, because it says to me that this is masculine energy that's learning to communicate through emotions instead of reacting to them, right? I told you, like that's that magician energy. What does the magician do? They reach up to the higher self. They hold back the energetic ego. And we talk a lot about that in my magician class that you can find in the Tarot Church library. And so for the energy deep within divine union right now, I want to say for feminine energy, and this is what's interesting. I'm seeing right now the feminine energy is on the left of the spread. The masculine energy is on the right of the spread right now. So for energy, feminine energy, deep within divine union, I keep on seeing that this is a lot of the feminine energy that is working on building into the sense of peace, right? Like the peace that we're able to create. And I keep on hearing peacemaking, right? Because why do we say peacemaking? Because peacemaking is leaning into things. It's working, it's working, it's not easy, right? It's building, and we talked a little bit about this. These are all Taurus lessons that we're working through. Okay, because you'll remember we talked about the difficulty that often Taurus have to go through is it's very hard for Taurus to get comfortable. Okay, It takes a long time for a Taurus to get comfortable. But what's off, what like can often be very difficult for Taurus energy, which is majestic energy, is the fact that Taurus always have to navigate the paradox that the only way to find a deeper sense of comfort, the only way to find a deeper sense of comfort is to be willing to navigate discomfort. The only way one can find more comfort is if your ability to navigate discomfort is equally proportional to how much comfort you will find in life. Because you can't, if you try to shy away from things, you're never comfortable, right? You have to lean into discomfort to find comfort at times. And that's why we see that for a lot of like Taurus, like Taurus often work very early on in their path lessons of having aversions for everything, right? And so like Taurus is often the path work of the acquired taste. And so I see even now I'm not surprised to see that we're going through this season of healing bitterness by understanding the only way out is through. Right? The only way you heal bitterness on something is if you're willing to go through the work of doing something that's energetically uncomfortable. The only way, right? The only way to come through something, to have a breakthrough, is to have a hard conversation. So that's why I keep on seeing this energy that's saying, I'm not afraid of a little work. Like, this is the energy that holds each other, like the counterparts that lean into things, because this is the energy that says that leaning into something is the articulation of saying, of moving towards the understanding that comfort zone is one that you navigate with tenacity, right? And that's the difference between tenacity and stubbornness, because tenacity is working towards something that one has one's heart, in, right? Tenacity, this is all these lessons with Mars and Leo. Tenacity is stubbornness that is close to the heart, but it's because you can articulate why something has meaning, right? It fortifies you. You find strength when you're energetically tenacious. When you're being stubborn, a good indicator that you're being stubborn is if you start to feel bitter about things, right? Because when you start feeling bitter, it feels like it weakens you, right? It's like you're like, like it creates that. It feels like it's the rigidity that feels like it disempowers you. So that's why I keep on seeing here that across all of the frequencies, finding that energetic strength to move something in accordance with what your heart seeks, while also taking the temperature of things, right? Being courteous but steadfast. Welcome to the vibe, right? Continuing to get clarification between our Four of Swords in combination with our Three of Pentacles in its upright. One card to clarify. I'm getting like, don't give up the fight. It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that type of energy today. It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that working in the space of energetic tenacity and appreciating the self on the journey, right? And it's also based on it's giving me a lot of it's giving me a lot of the continuation of lessons that we talk about here, about the irony of the fact, and I'm not surprised that you're going to hear the word irony a lot right now, because Saturn's about, like, when Saturn's crossing things, like, things start getting very ironic. It's Saturn energy. It's ironic. Like, it's like, that's like literally the vibe. But the irony of things is often, right, when we move, like, in order to, like, energy that is perfect often feels like they are not perfect, right? Like it's having to build into that context. And I keep on seeing that a lot of that work that we see, to a certain extent, it's not easy, because that space, and I keep on hearing, like, what are the energies deep within divine union saying to one another? Am I doing it wrong? Right? And what's beautiful, and I keep on hearing that the beauty of being in healthy partnership, and we've talked a lot about this, is when we build the ability of working on our own egos, it allows energy to be able to approach us and articulate to things. The easement that we create in being able to have conversations, hard conversations, is directly proportional to having our own ego in check. That's the gift that we receive when we have our ego in check. When we have our ego in check, energy is not afraid to come towards us with hard conversations, because that ability of articulating, right? Hashing something out. Remember what I was telling you? What was happening for the energy in separation, hashing things out. Now the energy deep within divine union is hashing things out, right? Because the ability, when you are in a space that you have a healthy ego, energy doesn't tiptoe around you, right? It's being able to come to the space and put things on your table. It's like putting things on the table, and not another person not being like upset by that, right? Not moving conditionally away from it. So when we heal our egoic self, we remove aversion from having uncomfortable conversations, which means, hooray, more breakthroughs, right? It allows for a lot of that possibility that opens up around us. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that work that's happening for a lot of the energy deep within divine union. I told you, the temperance energy. It's moving out of temperance energy. I feel like it's almost moving into. I got to figure out where it's moving into, but it feels like new ground. It feels almost like understanding, like being able to do something in a different way. Like there's a lot of fresh start energy here, which is nice. um for energy coming into divine union, this is the heart opening that I'm seeing, and this is why I'd say, if anything right now, this energy right now might be the most difficult for the energy coming into divine union, because I see a lot of energy like disassembling to a certain extent as they've come into a place of stability. And the energy of the counterpart saying, am I bringing this out in you? And the energy is going, no, I'm feeling it's a good thing. I finally feel safe enough to express something, right? Like this is the energy almost falling apart in the best way possible. Welcome to a heart opening. Because as long as you're not projecting it, as long as you're articulating through it, it becomes a breakthrough, right? The only difference between a breakdown and a breakthrough is when you project it out, it's a breakdown. When you project it, when you project it, and when you allow for that moment of letting it kind of, when you work on it within, it breaks new ground. Continuing for a lot of the energy right now in separation. Can I get one card to clarify between our Three of Pentacles and our Ace of Cups in its reversal? Ace of Pentacles in its reversal. Here's I keep on laughing. The reason I keep on laughing right now, and it's a good thing, it's a good laugh. The reason I keep on laughing right now for the energy in separation is I see a lot of the energy in separation utilizing coming into partnership as like in a way almost like a reactivity point. Like this is the energy that says, I'm tired of pretending to be someone I'm not. I'm tired of having to live to another person's expectations. I'm tired of feeling like I need to perform the act of the self because I can't express frustration in partnership. And this is the energy that goes the minute they say, I'm tired, the higher self says they arrive, right? Because a good manifestation is often not indicated in what we start doing. A good direct indication that we're moving towards our manifestation is when we recognize things we stopped doing, right? And when the energy says, I'm sick of it, when they stop doing it, they start getting out of their own way, right? And that's the energy. And I can see the energy like in separation saying, I'm sick of it. I'm not doing that anymore. And the higher self is going, finally, continuing to get clarification between our Ace of Cups in its upright and our Tower. Because let's talk about this for the energy in separation. Yeah. What do we do when we try to become performative to try to find partnership? We can't ever see each other. Your divine counterpart could be right next to you, but if you're working so hard to try to be what you imagine the divine counterpart wants, they can never find you, because the divine counterpart is not looking for the you that is performing the act of trying to find them. The divine counterpart is looking for you. They're looking for you celebrating the song of the self. So when we celebrate our song, when we come into the space of feeling comfortable within our own skin, we become a beacon for our energetic counterpart. Because, and when we stop worrying, right? Imagine, and this is why I keep on seeing the Saturn's helping us here. Imagine the irony of saying, there's someone that's perfect for me. I have to pretend to be someone I'm not to find them. The higher self says, what are you doing? Right? Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Walk me through that logic one more time. Right? It's not about trying to perfect the realm outside the self. It's coming into our authenticity and celebrating the song of ourself. So when we're in the space of celebrating the song of ourself, the divine counterpart can hear us singing, right? They can hear that song because we're living it. And so I just keep on seeing that, and then that's why I'm laughing about some of this energy right now. Some of this energy, the energy and separation that's in their magician energy, because what does the energy say? I'm going to show this person, I'm not even going to try. This is the energy. Like, this is the energy. This is the energy finding each other going, I'm going to show them. I'm not doing anything. This is who they're going to get. They're just going to get me. Right. And this energy is being like, you look, like this person looks like, that's majesty. Right. That's majesty. Look at them, so comfortable. Look at them just owning and celebrating themselves. And that doesn't mean, listen, that doesn't mean we're uncouth, right? That doesn't mean that we're like, like I literally feel like there's some energy that is like coming into, like coming, like going towards separation, feeling like they're in goblin mode, right? Like, and the divine and like the partner looks at them and goes, they look incredible, because it's the feeling of finding our authenticity is often demarcated by the feeling that we're not trying, because the higher self says when we stop trying, we start being, right? And that's why the higher self says it, that when the energy says, I'm going to stop trying, the higher self says, finally, because that's the higher self that says it was at that moment that they stopped trying and they started being. While for masculine and feminine coming into divine union right now, clarification between the Tower and the King of Pentacles, this is why that heart opening is occurring, because this is the energy that goes, finally, I don't need to hold it together anymore. I don't need to pretend everything's okay, right? Because that's often what we realize when we're working through, when we finally build that stabilization point. What is the brain here? You don't have to pretend everything's okay anymore. You're in a safe space. That's why often when we go through those heart openings, it can feel a little overwhelming, right? Because it's in that moment that when we finally feel that security point, and the higher, like that, we feel that sense. It says you don't have to keep, you can relax. A lot of that emotion, that suppressed emotion, starts to allow itself to come out. And so I see even now, like a lot of this energy working through what feels like a heart expansion. And what does a heart expansion feel like? Never have I felt more safe. Never have I felt so much pain, right? Never have I felt so safe. Never have I felt so much pain, because the body says you can finally feel it. It's safe to express it, right? And so that's why it feels like a stretch, because that's the heart that makes room to be able to feel the polarity of the feeling of being able to be safe in one's emotions, that allows you to feel the full breadth of them. While for masculine and feminine, deep within divine union, this is the energy. This is the energy not stretching, they're shrugging. This is the energy that's not stretching, they're shrugging. Because I told you a lot of the Taurus energy is kept in the shoulders. And what does the Taurus energy say? It is what it is. You do what you can do, right? And a lot of that space, and I keep on hearing, when you're unconditional in your tenacity, it's not about what you find around you. It's about where the work is, right? And that's the energy that says, like, I just keep on seeing that energy that says, you know, I keep on hearing unconditional is the condition by which you recognize that when you move towards something that your heart cares about, you again, we talk about like the pathwork of surrender. it's not about what you find. It's just, it's just the state of things, right? And that's the energy that I keep on seeing. And it's interesting because it almost feels like a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, is working on Libra and Gemini cycles, which says, what do I need to bring to a situation to make it more energetically comfortable, right? What do I need to bring? Like you don't, like, again, the difference between, and that's why we talk about a good spiritual journey isn't one that just feels indulgent, right? It's about navigating discomfort, right? Because it's not about aversion. It's about being able to regulate and balance things that requires the ability to navigate discomfort as you do so, right? And so I feel like there's a lot of that work that the energy deep within divine union is doing as it relates to conversations in terms of calibration. Continuing to get clarification between our Nine of Cups in its reversal in combination with our Ace of Pentacles in its reversal. May I please have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Seven of Wands in its upright. It's giving me a lot of like the struggle is real energy today. But I'm not surprised to see that during Taurus season, right? Because here's the thing, and we appreciate this about those with Taurus placements. Taurus placements don't shy away from hard work, right? Like a lot of that, and again, there's a lot of that space right now. I keep on seeing in relationality to navigating, and it's more of the same conversation, which is like a lot of the work that those who are going through Taurus lessons have to recognize and identify is that in order to find deeper comfort, you have to be able to navigate discomfort. Like the only way out is through. The only way out is through. That's what we mean by that. Because, and that's why often we see, because, and this sometimes happens for a lot of Taurus energy, like everything you need to know about a healthy Taurus energy is whether they feel like they found a groove or if they're in a rut, right? Because when you've got a groove, like when you've got a practice or something that you do that fortifies you, that builds into it, like it's like you can just do it forever. You're like, I love this song, right? You're like put it on again. No, I'll listen to it. I don't care. Like I'll just listen to this over and over again, right? But when you feel like you're in a rut, it's the comfort that is entrapped you, right? It's the comfort that becomes its own cage to a certain extent, because it's the comfort that feels like the fear of losing the comfort that feels like that is already uncomfortable, right? And so we understand this, and this is it's interesting because a lot of this is also what we hear during Mercury and retrograde cycles, right? This is why things often fall apart during Mercury retrograde cycles. Mercury retrograde cycles aren't here to break your toaster. They're here to help you recognize the difference between a groove and a rut. You gotta shake it up a little bit. You gotta shake it up. If you go back into it, then it was a groove, right? And sometimes we innovate through those cycles. And so I feel like there's a lot of this, energy, and this is happening across all of the frequencies. That is, like, I keep on seeing pushing, pushing out of their comfort zone, but in profound ways. Because when we push out of comfort zones in order to recognizing and identifying, having our heart on something, right? Like that's the bravery. I keep on hearing a lot of the work that we're building into right now with Leo and Leo Mars and all of this energy moving into Aries during Taurus season is finding the energetic courage to step out of our comfort zone. That again, it can feel like it can feel a little anxiety inducing, but like it's the energetic excitement that often leads to a breakthrough, right? Continuing to get clarification between our Ace of Pentacles and our 10 of Cups in its upright. We've got here our 8 of Cups in its upright, and there's definitely a lot of bittersweetness that we're seeing here to a certain extent. And I feel like a lot of that, this is to be expected when we see Saturn moving. Also with, again, Saturn and Venus are just like chilling out right now on the meridian like as like into Aries. And so there's a lot of sentiment here. There's a lot of recognition I keep on seeing on the passage of time. But that's why I keep on seeing that. And that's what, and I'm telling you, the last few weeks have been like a roller coaster ride in the realm of sentiment, because with like Mercury and Venus, they were chilling out in Aries and then being dragged back into Pisces and then going back into Aries again. You know, it's like it's almost like a nostalgia fling. You know what I mean? Like it's a fling. It's like a fling with nostalgia. It's like having that moment where a lot of things feel like they're coming back to you. But then, and again, I have to point this out, Mercury and Venus waking up behind Neptune is being able to see how much one has changed in the context of how one observes something from the past, right? So there's bittersweetness here, but I think the thing that I think is beautiful about this across all of the frequencies is this is the energy that is working on trying to release the bitterness, right? And move it into betterness, right? Allowing something to become energetically productive. Now, continuing to get clarification between our our 10 of cups in its upright and our 2 of pentacles in its upright. Wow, we've got here our King of Wands in its reversal. Now, this card was actually out yesterday as well, and you can see it in yesterday's read if you pop over to our Substack. And what was interesting about yesterday's reading is we had the King and the Queen of Wands in both in their reversals out together. Now, I want to stress this right now, because something that we're seeing here is very important, because I feel like it's having a different impact on masculine and feminine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Now, you'll recall that we spoke about the fact that a lot of this masculine energy right now is doing, I keep on seeing, doing a lot of, like, both masculine and feminine energy over the last few weeks have been doing a lot of work in healing one's own egoic shield. And the thing about the egoic shield that we talk about is it's not about releasing the egoic shield entirely. It's about having one that one feels proud of, right? Because when our egos are too big, right, it's like the shield that we can't see over, right? It's sometimes like it creates those moments that we stand in our own way, right? Because the ego wants to protect us, but if it gets too big, like this is what we talk about, we can't see beyond it. So that's why I keep on seeing that, understanding the masculine is doing that work. I keep on hearing masculine is healing the relationship with stoicism, understanding that stoicism isn't going numb. Stoicism is learning to feel safe enough to feel your emotions without putting your energetic shield up. Because the more that you're able to do so and find a point of composure, that's what we mean. That's what we mean by non-attachment. It doesn't mean that you don't feel something. It's that you can observe how you feel and to speak through it instead of reacting to it. And when masculine does that, they become the point of safety for those in the life around them. Because often when energy of masculine is too reactive, everyone steps back, right? And sometimes masculine, when they're too much in this space, they don't even realize that's happening, right? It's like, where's everybody going? They're backing away from you, right? Because it's the articulation of the fear that another feels in someone trying to say that they're expressing, but not realizing that the way that they're expressing is not articulating, it's reacting. And when someone says, I'm just expressing how I feel, if you're reacting from the point of feeling, that's not expressing, that's flailing, right? When you're physically reacting to how you feel, instead of using your throat chakra, you're not expressing how you feel, you're flailing. So that's why I see that a lot of the energy of the masculine is working on that. It's not easy, right? Because that's the masculine like working through their own trigger and working to like it's a lot of that energetic form of I keep on hearing like working to suppress the defense mechanism that wants to rise up and saying, listen, we're fine, we're safe. There isn't a bear chasing us. We're having a hard conversation. Like there is like that's what the masculine has to say. There is not a bear chasing us. We're just having a hard conversation, right? Like put the weapons down, right? While for a lot of the feminine energy, this is a lot of the feminine energy. Bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to, doing the opposite. This is a lot, and so I told you for masculine, there's a lot of work right now. I keep on hearing heart to solar plexus. Feminine, it's heart to throat chakra, right? This is a lot of the feminine energy saying, my ability to articulate, another cannot know I have boundaries unless I state that they're present. That the feminine says that my own ability to speak forth in terms of the things I need allows for the space of not feeling bitter when they don't arrive to me, right? Because this is a lot of the feminine that's finding a lot of that energetic strengthening from a point where they're able to effectively identify and recognize being able to advocate and articulate in a way that feels like it is strong, right? Because that's again how the feminine heals from bitterness. This is the feminine that says, if I don't speak from it, I cannot be bitter about it, right? It's being able to find that point of energetic strength. So we see even now that for both of these energies doing the same work asynchronously, but to the same extent, this is how they're healing. And for a lot of the energy right now, this is having a different impact. Now for the energy and this is why we see, depending upon where we are identifying the work is occurring. For masculine and feminine in separation right now, this is a progression point. I just want to show you, we've got the 7 and the 8 card here. So it's a process. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our 2 of Wands in its reversal. And what's interesting about this, for feminine, I think that there's something really important that feminine is working through in the difference, but about having to feeling the need to over-explain the self. This is a lot of feminine energy, and this is happening across all the frequencies. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. Like this is the feminine energy that's almost coming into that space of saying, if I'm in a situation where it feels like someone, like I'm a broken record, then that is someone that is creating an environment where they're not like the sound of someone not meeting our needs is the song of someone saying, you sound like a broken record, right? Because when we articulate something again and again and again, but the energetic need isn't met, right? That's often like when someone describes us as a nag, or when someone describes us as a broken record, what they're really saying is, I'm not conditioned, I'm not inclined to answer that need. And in fact, I'm gonna mock you for having it. And in fact, I'm gonna make fun of you for continually saying something instead of addressing the energetic need. And so this is why a lot of the energy of the feminine is just utilizing discernment, right? This is why I see a lot of the feminine energy learning to heal from feeling the need of having to constantly repeat themselves. Because this is the feminine that says, if I articulate a need and someone either acts like it is too much to ask for or chooses not to address it, right? They're not going to just say it to me full force. They're not going to say, I'm not inclined to address the need, right? This is the feminine that's just learning to walk, like healthy manifestation is not waiting for someone to act right. It's walking away from the energy that doesn't. That's what a manifestation is. You don't sit around going, why isn't my manifestation acting right? The higher self goes, what made you think that's, if the manifestation is not acting right, why do you think that's your manifestation, right? For masculine energy, and this is why we see, like, and this is like, and for a lot of the masculine energy, I just see a lot of the masculine energy being in that modality of recognizing and identifying. And I just keep on seeing for the masculine energy, this is masculine energy that is learning to speak their dreams into reality, right? This is masculine energy that is healing from some kind of like, I feel like masculine energy was taught by other masculine energy that in order to move into partnership, you have to be a wall. That there's something about being energetically stoic that is appealing, failing to recognize that. And I almost see I hear my higher self of masculine being like, who told you that? I hear them going, was it a masculine energy who was afraid to express their feelings that told you the way to move into partnership was to pretend you didn't have any? Was it a masculine energy that told you that? Like, how was their relationship? They're going, how was their relationship? Like that masculine energy, like working in that space, I just keep on seeing that this is the masculine energy that's saying to themselves, the feminine energies, like the feminine energy or the energy of the counterpart that's for me is the energy that wants to that cares about how I feel. They're not going to be given the yuck that I have feelings. They're gonna be like they're gonna like that they're like that is not a relationship, that's a wall is what I keep on hearing. And so this is a lot of the masculine working to lower their walls to allow for a point of connection with feminine. And this is a lot of the masculine that's healing by saying rejection is an illusion. This is the masculine that's healing that says if I'm authentic in my expression of emotions and that gives feminine the ick, that's not my counterpart. Why would my energetic counterpart have, as long as I'm communicating my emotions instead of flailing through them, right? The energy of the feminine that's for me is not going to feel distaste in that. They're going to pull me closer, right? So I see that there's a lot of, I told you, this is the energy that's in magician because they're working on the self in the process of being open to each other and trying not to come towards each other from a space of illusion. While for masculine and feminine coming into divine union right now, clarification between the Eight of Cups in its upright and the King of Wands in its reversal. One card to clarify. Yeah, like there's a lot of this Seven of Pentacles, and this is having to do like, there's something that's coming through right here, which is pay attention to who gives you energetic lessons, is what they're saying. When everybody's got an opinion, but you don't, when energy has opinions, you got to look at what they've created. You got to look at what they were growing and ask yourself, are you trying to grow the same thing? Like, when someone says to you, you should do it like this, check what they're growing. You know what I mean? Check what's in their field, right? Because that's the thing. Often energy, like everybody, I keep on hearing everybody's got an opinion. But that's why you don't take others' opinions. You look at when you take someone's opinion, you look at their garden. You look at what's around them. You look at what they're growing around them, because that ability of identifying and recognizing that is the difference between someone being like, this is how you do it, and being like, but I hate everything that's in your field. This is how it's done. But everything in your field, look, that does not look healthy. Right? Like, well, this is how I do it. Okay. Because that's allowing for the adaptability of working into the context that when we start to understand ourselves and we understand our assignments, we don't take everything to the letter. We take it as it helps us, right? We take, I keep on hearing, we take advice to the proportionality by which it serves our own energetic lesson, right? This is what we talk about as it relates to, the sense in relationality to understanding what feels like it energetically serves us. Now, for a lot of the energy right now coming into divine union, and I got to tell you right now, this is why I keep on hearing right now, like this is the energy that's going, I'm not going to do it. Like there's some energy right now in separation going, I'm going to stop taking everyone's advice, and the higher self is going, yes. Like they're going, right? Because even in that state, it's the energy that's just they're freestyling, like when we stop taking others' advice and we just start trusting ourselves, we start freestyling, and we start finding our exquisite energy. We start trusting our processes. We start trusting our intuition. And this is the energy that says to themselves, I'm not perfect, right? But this is the energy that says I'm continuing to learn, and as I go, I'm continuing to allow that process of expansion. And so I just keep on seeing that this is the energy that is trusting the process. But it's interesting because this is the energy that says and this is the energy that's saying to themselves as they're coming into partnership, I'm going to stop doing that. And often we build our manifestations not when we take on doing something, but when again, surrender, right? Letting go of what feels like it's been acting as an energetic block. While for masculine and feminine, and that's so I hear this energy going, I don't do that anymore. And what is the counterpart saying? Look at them go, right? Majestic energy. While for masculine and feminine energy that is coming into divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, why do I feel like I see this energy saying, like this is a hard time because I see this energy saying, never, never have I felt so stable. Where's all this emotion coming up from? And this is where I see the counterpart saying, you've been holding on to this for a really long time, right? Because often we hold trauma within us until the body feels that it's safe to express it. So I almost see that there's a lot of that energy. A heart opening isn't just when everything feels great, it's when you finally feel safe to even feel the things that were awful that you couldn't feel before. So I just kind of see that there's a lot of that energy embracing one another as they go through that energetic journey. And for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, this is a lot of, I see like there's a lot of this work that's happening deep within divine union in terms of energy saying to one another. And I think this is beautiful. The energy deep within divine union says to one another, you complete me because you get me. And why is the energy deep within divine union saying you complete me because you get me? Because when we are in healthy partnership, it's not just the fact that the energy that is in alignment to us sees who we are, but we see each other in the process of becoming more of ourselves. And this is why the energy says to one another, I trust you implicitly, because this is the energy that says through you, like you've got, when we say to each other, you've got my back, that's the energy that says you see things that I cannot see, right? That's that ability that we give each other in terms of the context of being able to see things that almost like allows for that point of clarity, because we're always looking out for each other, and we're always looking out for each other because we're always pointing out each other's blind spots. And so that ability of pointing out each other's blind spots is entirely conditional on the fact that we build into healthy relationship, in the fact that when we heal our egos, we can have hard conversations. We're not building into relationships where someone is tiptoeing around us, but is always willing to say, hey, you got something here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's working in the context of being able to have a hard conversation that also allows for that point of expansion. It allows for that conscientiousness, right? It allows us to kind of be able to build into the adaptability in not necessarily being in lockstep. But this is what we talk about with counterparts, which is you have what I need, I have what you need. Together, like together, we create that like we create that sustainable system. I keep on hearing sustainable system. Continuing, final card for between our Two of Wands in its reversal in combination with our Seven of Pentacles. There it is. Yeah, and so this is that man. There's that like the Five of Swords is like, and I gotta tell you, it has to do with the fact that Saturn. It has to do with the fact that Saturn is moving right now into Aries, and so is Venus, right? It's and it also has to do with navigating the space of ideal, right? It's not ideal. Ideal is not found. Ideal is made, right? And the ability to work through the context of recognizing and adapting is, it allows for that space where you don't like, you work through, like, if something isn't ideal, you don't get caught in the space that it's not ideal, right? Stubbornness is when you refuse to move um, because something isn't energetically ideal, right? Tenacity is when you refuse to move because something is incredibly important, right? And so I keep on seeing that there's a lot of conversations right now that are occurring across all of the frequencies related to stubbornness and tenacity. And let's talk about it again, because I know I just got to keep on repeating this lesson, right? When we're stubborn, Often a good indicator that we're energetically stubborn about something is when we're bitter, right? When we're energetically bitter, we hold on to something in such a way that we foment about it, right? We create that energetic force of, like, I keep on hearing, like, it's the brooding, right? It's a lot of that, like, it creates that heaviness in it. It's that, like, leaden feeling where we start to, like, you know, like, it creates a lot. It's like it creates its own toxicity to a certain extent. And often we can tell those moments that feel like they're coming from an egoic space, because it's like the turning in on the self, right? It feels good. It feels good to do that. Like, the reason the ego likes doing that is because it feels indulgent to the ego to brood, right? Like, it feels indulgent to the ego to brood on things, right? But what creates expansiveness, right? What creates expansiveness is when we get tenacious with the things that are difficult, which is, like, it's not the fact that we get, like bitter about it. We get better. We work into a context of trying to affect change. We don't let we don't let the wound of the less than ideal situation stop us from energetically communicating what it is that we're trying to say. We don't let it restrict us. We don't let it define us. We push back against it, right? To, like I told you, we allow it to be a heart opening by being able to express something in a way that feels like it's important to get it off our chests, right? It's taking the frustration and moving it into a space that becomes fortifying and effective, right? It's like, and I keep on hearing, it's the difference between a sob and a rallying cry, right? It's the difference between, like, a moan and a cheer, right? It's a lot of that. It's everything I keep on seeing here. And so, one of the things I'm seeing that's happening for a lot of the energy in separation, it's hard, because I see that for a lot of the energy in separation, this is a lot of energy that's moving away from something, from a space of, like, deeply injured feelings, because a lot of this experience that I see from the past, right? When someone only comes towards us when it feels like that, it's an like, and this is why, that's why I keep on hearing the pain of healing from a relationship that is good but inconsistent is almost invariably worse than an energy that's just bad all the time, is because someone shows you what they could bring to you if they really wanted to, but they're not doing it for the sake of you. They're doing it only when it feels good for them. That's not love. That's self-indulgent, right? So that's why we see that those self-indulgent relationships can feel very painful, because that's the energy that almost is looking back on something and saying, "I would never do that to you," right? Like, that ability of, and I keep on hearing, the emotional relationship doesn't just I keep on hearing, doesn't just scratch the itch. It serves the energetic need. It fortifies, it creates, it energetically sustains. And so that's why I see that this is a lot of energy that is coming into their manifestation by saying never again, right? They're saying never again will I serve the need of another person's like egoic indulgence, right? Because when someone's not building into a space of consistency with us, it feels like someone is indulging upon us instead of building a relationship with us. While for masculine, and that's why I see that there's a lot of that healing that's bringing the energy into their authenticity, because that's the energy that says my authenticity is protective. If someone is not willing to work with me in what they find here, I'm not going to change myself to indulge in other person's desires for me. While for masculine and feminine energy coming into divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, working through, building into the context of the self, identifying and recognizing what that work is. I just keep on seeing that a lot of this energy is saying, if everything's so good, where's all this coming from? And the answer is the past. You've been carrying this for a long time. You're finally in a space that you feel safe enough that you can express it. While for masculine and feminine, deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, you know, I see that there's something really important for the energy deep within divine union, particularly and especially as it relates to, I just keep on seeing, how do I describe this? It, I feel like there's a lot of energy looking back on something in the past in a way that they haven't before. And I keep on seeing that there's and I almost see a lot of energy right now that is almost having conversations deep within divine union that feels like a point, like I keep on hearing calibration, because they said overly when we're bitter, we won't let the energetic past go, right? Like when we're bitter, we hold on to something and we refuse to move from that space. But like, and that's why I see like there's something about that journey as it relates to navigating through circumstances or situations, because it talks about the difference between what you like, and this is what I meant about the work you can do inside versus what you find outside. And I keep on hearing like that's a lot of that space that we talk about. The ability to heal things is entirely conditional in terms of taking the temperature of the energy around you. Because and this is why we say like when someone is like, that's why when someone harbors ill feelings, it makes something impossible, because there's no talk. Like, ever notice that when someone's harboring ill feelings, there's no talking to someone? Like, it's like you can't, like, there's nothing you can say. But the ability, and that's why I keep on seeing like there's a lot of that energy, like having those type of conversations deep within divine union as it relates to working through what can be changed within versus what needs to be dealt with without. Like, it's a lot. I keep on hearing the energy say, is this an inside problem or is this an outside problem? Is this something I'm experiencing because I need to change something inside myself? Or is this something that I'm experiencing that I need to that I need to navigate away from? So I feel like there's a lot of that. And then that's the beauty of being in healthy partnership, is it often helps us regulate and recognize the difference between an inside problem or an outside problem. And that's why I see that that's the energy that's like articulates their appreciation for one another as they navigate those circumstances. Bottom of the deck on this reading, there's that Knight of Swords again. This is the yo-yo we've been experiencing. And I gotta say, like, there's not a lot of the feminine energy is I feel like the feminine energy right now is in High Priestess right now, which is why there's not a lot of it on the table, because it's very contemplative. It's very contemplative. There's a lot of contemplative energy here. But I think that there's something beautiful about that point of energetic contemplation, because I'm just recognizing and identifying. And I feel like this is what I meant about some of this heart opening that I'm seeing that's happening right now as a result of the new moon in Taurus with the Mars Leo is, um, working through, like working through emotions, but finding purpose for them. And that's often how we heal, right? It's not like often, remember, we always have the capacity to feel the things we to feel, and the emotions fortify us when we're able to put them in spaces that feels like they create something that is positive. So I keep on seeing that there's like a lot of energy right now working through some kind of trauma they're carrying, and just looking at it being like, what do I do with this? Like, what do I do with this? I can't let it go. The problem with trauma is you can't let it go. If you could let it, like, trauma is sticky pain. If you could let it go, it wouldn't be trauma. So this is the energy that says, what can I do with this? Where can I put this? That it becomes, if not productive, easier to carry, right? Where can I put this trauma so that it doesn't create bitterness? Where can I put it that it feels like it has a restorative effect? I need to check where Chiron is, because it feels like a lot of Chiron lessons right now. And that's happening across all of the frequencies. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading and you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Hangman. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, May 14th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the death card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is mosey on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I will be doing my best to educate you, give you a education on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class. But if you wanted to catch up, now's a great time to join because you have like access to like 3 classes per week leading into that next class. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we have studied or are currently studying. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive a full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library archive. That is access to over 13 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You'll also have access to the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your tarot journey to give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best impact towards your personal practice. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in that program. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which will give you an update on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. And I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your journey at a discount. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Nikki, Nikki, you gave the baby dragon, so you're already on the list. The next part, the highest winner, the winner today is Bridget. Congratulations, Bridget. Thank you so much for those gifts. And Little Vamp, you got second, so you'll have an additional card in your subscriber reading. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. Bridget, I know you're also on the list already, so I don't know if you want to store that for another time or if you just want extra cards in your reading, let me know. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, seventh person read for. 3 cards. You can absolutely gift your reading to your cousin. Absolutely. I will definitely change that to Taylor here. All right. And Taylor will be the 7th person read for. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, thank you, Angelique. If anyone else wants to get on the list for today, we've got 3 spots left before the list will be closed. 3 spots left. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. But if you'd like to get on the list is open. We do dream interpretations here. We also do highest priority messages from spirit. We do past life readings. We also do angelic guidance. We also do pet readings. We do animal spirit guide readings. If you'd like to see the full list of readings that we offer, you can find them over on my tree that has Vinks in it in my bio. If you have information that you would like to share with me that you feel is relevant for your reading, for instance, if you have a past life that you would like further information on, or if you have a dream you would like interpreted, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. Or if you are a subscriber, you can post it in the subscriber only Discord channel that is available to you as a subscriber. Hi there, Anna. Happy to read for you if you'd like to be on the list, dear. And I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments before we continue. Hi there. Thank you, Wendy, for sharing the live. Thank you, Haley, for those gifts. Good afternoon, Miss Melissa. So good to see you today. Hi there, Shy. How are you doing? Not the kitties. No kitties were harmed in Nikki's new dream. In the last year, I've started being able to fight in my dreams. I used to fight slow-mo, not anymore. That's really cool that you used to be able to fight slow-mo in your dreams. That's awesome. Sam, my dreams were awesome. Snorkeling with the kids. We travel in my dreams a lot. That is super cool, Sam. I'm digging that. Haley, I fly in my lucid dreams. That's so cool, Christina. Sam, I was overly confident in flaunting it in my dreams last night. Oh, you were flaunting the scuba diving. I get it now. Excellent. Hold on a minute. I can fly sometimes, but I have to work to get up and going and stay somewhat concentrated. Yeah, I'm the same way. When I fly in my dreams, it's like swimming. Like you got to keep moving is what I get. And thank you for joining us, Diva. Thank you, Sam and Bridget and Haley and Diva for sharing the live. Happy Tuesday, Kamoy. Good to see you. Emotional intelligence is key. Tap to claim, Christina. Hi there, Romka. Yeah, I feel like, I feel like that's a little offensive to that culture. I appreciate the humor, Romka, but interestingly, the tarot doesn't come from the Romani culture. The earliest cards that we found are actually were first discovered in Italy, but it's a good joke. Great point. Absolutely. Thank you, user 689. Yes, we're very aware that Yeshua saves, Nandris. Christina, that was a great way of explaining this. You're so welcome, dear. Sam, that's so funny because the dream where I was overly confident and flaunting, that was the feeling. Oh, really? Saying this is who I am, take it or leave it. I accept me. And you see, like, that's beautiful, Sam, right? Like, it's a lot of that Peter Pan energy, right? You have to think a good thought and then you can fly. Oh my God, I typed take it or leave it before you said it. That's wild. We just finished the collective, Susie. Thank you. And thank you if you flinch for the gifts. What a wild, intense username you have. Circumcision of the heart. I don't know if it's a circumcision. I realized I have 2 dreams. That's great, Nikki. Your ability to stay focused on what you're saying and doing all this tapping is impressive. Absolutely. And thank you guys for tapping the screen. Guys, we're already at 42K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective. So thank you for tapping. We'll get to 50K in no time. Rebirth, absolutely green. A lot of rebirth energy here. And thank you for the follow. Good day, Per. Good to see you. You're the first on the list today. We just finished the collective new. I like it too, green. And thank you, Samantha, for the hearts. And Psycho, thank you for the follow. Brittany, I feel this so much as a Taurus. Yeah, this is, I got to tell you right now, I'm going to tell this. I'm asking all of the Taurus this season not to be triggered because there's way too many planets in Aries right now, which can feel like a lot of red flags everywhere for Taurus energy. Hard but true. Tap to claim, green. Alexandra, very true. Even knowing there's a better routines, it's uncomfortable to move into it. But again, observe that, right? I feel like you got to do it. You can curse the whole time, but you got to do it anyway. You're welcome, Green Lotus. Taylor, good afternoon, dear. Recognizing what needs to change and changing it. Tap to claim, Alexandra. Samantha, I'm so happy to catch you today. I don't know why I haven't been getting the notifications. Yeah, the app does not like pushing my notifications out. That's why I encourage you guys to make sure you're following me across the other channels. I always post every day on the place where we keep the photos when I'll be live. I also post it on my Substack. The best way to make sure you're going to be notified is if you come every day and you actually register for the event. I tend to see that you get the notifications that way. Ava, resonating, but good to see you, dear. I hope you've been well. Resonating. I took a really cold shower today to expand my comfort zone. That's good. It's good to regulate your nervous system doing that. Little Vamp, welcome to the vibe. 1111 Evie, tap to claim. My sleep has been terrible for 3 days. Yeah, it's just been, my dreams have been intense ever since the new moon in Taurus. They say to occasionally use your non-dominant hand to step outside the day-to-day program. Ooh, I'll like that one, Alexandra. Skeptical, I'm sending you so much support on that journey. I'm afraid I don't do medical readings here, but I'm sending so much support to both of you right now. Sammy M, we just finished the daily collective. We're about to get into personal readings. Susie, I had a roller coaster of emotions. Turns out I blocked my soulmate accidentally on purpose. I love that. I accidentally blocked them on purpose. I adore that. Are they your soulmate? There's some tea there. We need to work through that. Raman, thank you for the follow. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, feel free to correct me. Oh, I have to try that out. I know, agreed. Susie, I didn't know he was my soulmate at the time, though. I like that. I'm here for that. I like that. I accidentally did it. I accidentally blocked you on purpose. And Evie, thank you for the crowns. Thank you, Christina. Hi there, Red Eye. Damn straight. Thank you, Bridget. Goblin mode is me. We're here for it, little vamp. Definitely feeling goblinish. Grateful. Tap to claim, Christina. Yes, the struggle is real. It's nice to hear that it's going to be okay. It always is, dear. Sister Lulu, thank you for sharing the live. Yes, my literal toaster broke and I had to get a new one. Sending you support. Good to see you today, Mandy. I'm getting sick on this roller coaster again. I'm getting used to it. Yes, bittersweet vibes, but the only way on the bear hunt is through. Tap to claim. And Lucky Leo, thank you for the roses. Thank you, Missy B, as well for the bees. Just got here. What did I miss? We just finished the collective show. We're about to get started on personals. My remote stopped working. I had to change the batteries. Ugh. Same. This is me right now. Thank you for confirming, Diva. Oh my God, my dad told me that years ago. Sending you support, little. And thank you, Kate, for sharing the live. Yes, thank you for those hearts. And thank you for joining us, Adam. Welcome, Bridget. Thank you, Taylor, for subscribing. Yes, absolutely. And for those who subscribe, you should also have access to the subscriber-only Discord as a subscriber. So make sure that you stop by and say hello to everyone. Yes, I'm excited about this tarot class. It's going to be a good one. You're so welcome, Bridget. You're so welcome, Taylor. Petunia, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Nikki, you sent 2. Thank you for confirming. I've added you to the list also. Lovely. I was late for the collective, but it seems like High Priestess is chilling. I mean, I got to tell you right now, there's not a lot of feminine energy on the table. And given the fact that we've seen so much of that High Priestess, like dipping in and out, this is like feminine energy being in hermit mode. But like feminine energy in hermit mode is pretty much like High Priestess. So even though she's not here, it feels like she's here. You know, she's like, if you need me, I'll be in my library. You're so welcome, Bridget. Thank you to Terrason for confirmation. Yes, please. Thank you, Anna. I have some major connection and signs going on, and I really need some guidance on it. Well, Anna, if you'd like to book, we can either do a reading here, or if you'd like to book a private reading. I also will stress that my mentorship classes are for those who are like coming through spiritual awakenings to help them understand like the signs and the synchronicities that may be occurring. So remember that you're safe right now. Make sure that you're hydrating, and make sure that you're working in a space of like observing and not reacting. MP, I didn't know that. Cries in Taurus. I love that. Cries in Taurus. Oh, and thank you, Otis, for the hearts. All right, friends, we're going to get started on personal readings like that right now. As I mentioned, if you'd like to get on the list, we've only got 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. First person, 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation. Oh, 2 spots left for today. I stand corrected. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Also, if you're joining us across any of the other apps and would like to get on the list today, you can do so via the tree that has links in it in my bio. First person we're reading for today is Per. Thank you for getting on the list yesterday. You will have additional cards in your reading. You will have an additional card for getting on the list yesterday. You'll also, so can you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question? Money coming in for you. All right. And I know. Oh, are we doing it every time you guys show popcorn? I assume we're doing a dream. We're doing a dream reading. Thank you for the blessings. All right. And Per, I'm just waiting for your questions. Second call right now for Per. And also, friends, we are at 47K. We are almost at 50K, and when we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. Also, oh, she posted it. I missed it. 1 minute, dear. Hold on. I'm backing it back up. Bear with me a minute. I see it. Okay. All right, Per, I got you. May I have last week's dream interpretation on Discord? You can read my dream out loud. Thank you for confirming. Let me just pull up that dream. And just a reminder, if there's anyone on the list who has information that's relevant to the dream, for instance, to the reading, for instance, a dream, you can post it either in the comments, in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it when you can post it in the, you can also post it in the Discord if you are a subscriber. I just had to find her dream. Okay. All right, we're doing a dream interpretation right now for Per. I've decided to visit the daughter of an ex-partner. I was in my 20s when we were in a relationship. I was let into the house, I don't remember by whom, and was sitting in a little room alone. A man came into the room and pew-pewed me 3 times with a pause in between the shots. I can still remember his face because he was looking straight into my eyes while pew-pewing. When he left, I called the police for help, trying to explain where I am, the address. The street name was composed by 3 names together, something like Franciscus, Benedictus, Anthonius, and I couldn't remember the names. Number of the house was 21. Tried to look up the coordinates in my map, but couldn't send it over to the police. When I was calm again, I went into the hallway. There were some people, including the ex from long ago. I wanted to let them and myself see the wound from the pew-pewing. When I looked, there was no the stuff we keep inside of us, and no wound, only a little dent on my foot. Lots of 3s in the dream. 3 pews, 3 names composing the street, and the number 3 of the house. 2 + 1 = 3. Wow. Can I please get 5 cards for Per, please, on the nature of the dream? All right. It's got to be 6. Okay. All right. Oh, you already had. There was 6. There was 1 hiding. Okay, hold on. That's important. Okay. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I'm seeing. Um, and we gotta kind of go back too, because you'll remember one thing we talk about is whenever we see a house in a dream, it's often indicative of the mansion of the self. And so the interesting thing that we're seeing here is when you're describing the relationship as it relates to the connection with this person, this whole conversation, this whole dream it's a karmic dream, and it's helping you try to understand the nature of a relationship that you had with this individual, specifically and particularly um, the daughter of an ex-partner. And it has to do with the realm of how another person perceives you. So the aspect, the one thing I need to describe about this is there's almost an element of betrayal that is in this dream, because there's this question as to who this strange person was that assaulted you in the dream space. And the thing is, and I need to stress this, the fact that you entered the house of the daughter of the ex-partner, and then you were immediately assaulted by someone that you haven't seen. It's giving me, I would be very curious to know if there was something about the relationship that you had with this individual that felt like it was energetically strained in some way. And it would give me an indication of working through the context of having some kind of fear that someone painted a bad picture of you, that somebody did something or said something to them that potentially damaged, like irrevocably damaged your reputation to them in some way, shape, or form. Because basically the dream would be the articulation of the fear that someone like took a shot, like again, took a shot at your reputation via hearsay, right? Via stories, via something that they didn't necessarily. And I need to stress this here because I think the most important thing that we're observing is, even though you went to the house to visit this person, you never give any indication in the dream of having ever encountered them. So it almost speaks to the fact that this is someone who you've never had, like you never had the opportunity to actually meet, like like mano a mano, like you couldn't just build an, like they're basically saying that the difficulty with this relationship is you were never on like an even playing field. They were already, they only knew you in some way via the hearsay, right? Via the experiences of how others may have been describing you, or how your ex-partner may have been positioning you. And so everything about this dream, and this is further indicated by, as you already hit the nail on the head, right? With the number 3 that kept on showing up in the in the dream, because they're saying that you to them were the third party, right? And so like that's they're like the framework of the dream is almost showing a circumstance where it was impossible. Like it's almost showing you the impossibility of being able to build a healthy relationship with this energy, because it's almost saying to me it was doomed from the start, right? that even before, like, you went to go see them, you went to meet them, you tried to meet them, and even upon meeting them, somebody got there before you and wounded your character, right? So even before, like, it's almost like that sense before, like, ruined before it even began, because before you even had a chance to meet them, somebody did something egregious. They were already speaking badly. You have a fear that somebody was already speaking badly about you, or in the context of the relationship that you had with their father. And, you know, all of this happening, like, they're basically saying, like, what you're describing here is they're showing you, like, the perception of how they may have experienced you in their life, which is this unpleasant incident that was occurring in their house. And that the thing about it is they're showing the fact that you were a victim of it too, right? Because what can you do? Like, it's showing the helplessness of the situation, because you're saying there's nothing that you can do to mollify it, right? It's not like you could have gone to the adults around them and said, look, you're not helping things, you're making things worse, you're making things harder, right? So it's like it's working through the pain of feeling like a relationship was sabotaged before you even had an opportunity to triage it. And they're saying that even there, and this also is interesting because then you also articulated the aspect of the counterpart, the ex-partner. Now I need to point out here the thing that I think is probably most egregious is the fact that you said that when you went into the hallway, there were people there, and including your ex, and they didn't rush in to protect you. They didn't rush in to stop the person from hurting you. They were only there. They didn't even treat the wound. You were just showing them the wound, right? So this could almost be articulating on the fact that you tried. It wasn't your responsibility to fix it. It was theirs, and the pain of them, basically being bystanders, right? Like almost articulating a level or degree of forced helplessness in the situation, when really they were the ones that were responsible for protecting you from that experience happening in the first place. So I feel like a lot of this was kind of being shown to you to help you heal from a situation or circumstance. And I feel like a lot of it was being trying to shown to you that, like, some of that discomfort that you experienced in the relationship, it was almost like it's showing the impossibility of what was within your own power to change. It's almost saying that the responsibility to make sure it never happened in the first place was not on you, but on the energy that knew the daughter, that could have helped them build a closer relationship with you, instead of making it feel like you, like again, what would the daughter say when you came back and they found out all this happened? What are you doing in my house? Right? So there's a lot of this, like they're almost saying, like, it's almost like criminal what happened in that way, because it was almost saying to you, you were feeling a lot of that reasonable pain from the part of the daughter, and the energy that should have been kind of trying to work to bridge that gap, to mollify something, just stood there and let it happen. um like almost like perpetuating the victim mentality. Bottom of the deck on the reading. Yeah, they could have. Why? And the big question, right? The elephant in the room, right? Who was that? Who let that happen? Why didn't you do something, right? And the thing about it is, why didn't you do something is the overarching theme in this. The fact I need to point this out. The fact that you articulated, the fact that you went somewhere to try to fix something, and then in the process of trying to fix something, you got pew-pewed, right? And then even in that moment, you had to run out of the house to find someone to report the incident to, and then suddenly you realize that all of these people are there. What like they're almost showing how much of the burden of responsibility you're placing on yourself to fix something, where you really should have said, like the dream's trying to show you, it never should have been your responsibility to fix it in the first place. You never should have been put in that position. It wasn't, it was almost like, I keep on hearing, it was doomed to the start because someone wasn't protecting you either. And so it almost like, again, it's I feel like it's helping you to ease some feeling of guilt that you may feel around a situation by helping you understand the impossibility of the situation that you were placed in. Thank you so much for, and I keep on hearing like the overarching message of the dream was, it's not your fault. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, we've got 2 more spots today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, can you let me know? I think we're doing a dream reading. If you just want to confirm, I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 48K likes, friends. When we get to 50K, I will be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. Also, if you're joining us across any of the other apps and would like to get on the list, you can do so via my tree that has links in it in my bio. And thank you so much, Per, for sharing that dream with us. A very intense dream. I love how you guys pull out the popcorn for the dream interpretations. Look at us with our pew pew dreams. Yeah, I know. Different pew pew dreams. Weird. And Christina, thank you for those gifts. 3 symbols of 3. It's the feeling of being the third party. Yep, let's go. Yep, thank you, Elisa. Look at us. I'll try to figure it out. Ooh. The relationship with the daughter was difficult for me. I was very young and she was a child. And that's why they kind of like, they're trying to say, like, a part of that was not your responsibility for the difficulty with the ups and downs. Queen, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Dune from the start. Mother of the child was very negative. There you go. Thank you for confirmation. And that's what I keep on hearing. You got that was character, like assassination is what I keep on seeing. Yep. Look at us. Absolutely. And thank you as well. Yep. Thank you for confirmation. That makes so much sense. Dang. Thank you, Alexandra. I feel like our dreams are similar. What a great insight. Great for the healing journey. You're so welcome, Per. I agree. Quite similar themes. I get a lot of dreams that stuff was not my fault entirely lately. That's good though. I mean, I feel like there's something about that. Like if you're like, look, sometimes we have dreams that are the opposite. Sometimes it's like, this was on you, like, you know, like, but I feel like there's something about these dreams. Like if you're noticing that theme, I feel like it's helping you understand like what was in your power to change in some situations versus what was just something that has to be accepted. All right. Thank you for confirming the dreams in the Discord. I have to say, I'm curious about this one. Erica, y'all's dreams are so detailed. I wake up with all the feels from a dream, but I can't recall. I'm the same way, Erica. That's why I have a very difficult time recalling dreams. I get very jealous of those. I think it's because I have so many fire placements that my dreams just like burn up on arrival. You know, they can't, it's like an asteroid. They're like, boom, they crash. I'm like, what was that? I can't see. I know. I'm the same way though. But again, I just want to show, even, you know, here's the thing, and this is why I like doing dream work with my clients. Often the tarot can help us figure out what's happening in the gaps of what we can't remember. I try to journal, but I get the pen and blank every time. But here's the thing, Erica, even when you're blank, write down, I cannot recall. Because even by writing, I cannot recall, you get yourself in the mnemonic of being able to remember that, like telling your brain, like, we're going to do this every day, regardless of whether you remember it or not. I remember them because I have a lot of things to do. I have healing to do. Thank you, Per. All right, we're doing another dream interpretation. And just a reminder, we've got 2 spots left for today. If anybody else would like to claim the spots, and if you have information that is relevant for a reading. For instance, if you'd like a dream interpreted, or if you have a past life you'd like further insight on, you can put it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our Discord in the areas designated for those spaces. All right, we are now doing Bridget's dream. We've got a lot of dreams today, guys. Stick around if you like dream interpretations. This is a long one. Strap in, okay? Hold on a minute. Dream number 2. All right, here we go. Oh, okay. Dream number 2. There is a thing that goes boom in a room with a young girl, and she's crying. Everyone around her knows it's there, but they're too distracted, rushing around, grabbing anything they can, and loading into a car like they're looting the place. They seem genuinely afraid of the thing that goes boom, but not enough to stop and help her. It's like they care, but not enough to risk themselves. I realize I'm the only one willing to actually go to her. I can't believe how consumed they are with saving themselves, even though they're far safer than she is. While they're caught up in the fear, I slip in, grab her, and start dragging her toward another car, any way out. We get on the road, but then I realize I took the wrong vehicle. It's the same car, or those people had loaded up. All their stolen things are in it. Then I hear her voice. It all belongs to us anyway. Why should they get it? But when I turn to look at her, she's gone. Next part. I arrive at my cousin's house. She's surprised to see me. There are people there, mostly men, friends of hers. I get the sense she's trying to impress them. Her brother, my other brother, is there too and greets me with a kiss on the cheek. I feel disheveled and unprepared. She says she'll do my hair and makeup, but before that, she wants to wrestle me in front of everyone. I don't wrestle. I tell her this, but she does it anyway. She climbs on top of me, heavy, over 300 pounds, and suddenly I can't breathe. I'm begging her to stop. I scream at her to get off me, but she won't. She just keeps going. Finally, something pulls her attention away long enough for me to get free. I'm furious now and screaming at her. She looks stunned that I broke away. I tell her I'm leaving and that I never want to see her again, and she's confused, like none of it made sense to her. I tell her I know she only did it to put on a show, and the worst part is no one was even watching. Suddenly, she's in a cage, like a crate, and my father is there. Only he's not my real father, just someone playing the role in the dream. I try to explain to him why I've distanced myself from her, but he doesn't believe me. He says I'm exaggerating, says he saw it all on camera. But I can't even hear the rest of what he's saying. I'm overwhelmed, devastated that he, of all people, doesn't believe me. I can't breathe again. I'm sobbing uncontrollably. And then I wake up, still sobbing. I've only ever woken up a handful of times while sobbing from a dream, and usually it's because someone has passed away. So this is new. How fun. Wow. Can I please get 4 cards for Bridget? Highest priority messages from Spirit. Yeah, need one more. I'm doing 5. Okay. Oh, wow. Wow. They're the same dream. So let's talk about, we're going to break down what's happening in these dreams, and then I'm going to tell you how they're connected. The first dream, the child is you. You are the child. And so this is a dream that is referring to the past. It's a guide dream. It's actually a dream that's being given to you by your higher self to help you see something with more clarity. And it has to do, so the thing that goes boom in the around the child is the act of growing up in a highly traumatically charged environment. And so the aspect of you seeing this is to give you, and I think that you'll recall, and this is why I like doing dream work with clients, because we talked a bit about the fact that there's been a couple dreams right now where energy has been apologizing to you in dreams for things that they've done. And you said, I am now old enough to be in that space. And there's some energy again. There's been a couple dreams that you articulated that energy said in some way, shape, or form, you will understand when you get older. And the thing is, that point of judgment has come. You've reached a Saturn return point where you are now at the same exact position of some energy that created trauma in you. And the thing about some of that trauma that you received is you had a lot of energy that was telling you the reason that they gave you the trauma was you saying, at someday you'll be in my position and you'll understand that this trauma I'm giving you is a gift. So this is not the first dream that you're looking back on something and saying it was never a gift. It was only just that trauma. And so you being in the position of the adult in the dream is looking at the situation of your childhood in the calibration of identifying a young girl who was sitting in the midst of a traumatic situation, and everyone around them knows that they were in a deeply traumatically charged environment. What are they doing? Are they trying to protect the girl? No. They were grabbing what they could and running for dear life. They were just doing everything they could to get away from the situation because they didn't want the responsibility of stepping in and doing something. And so this dream is a further calibration and a reminder of that earlier dream that you had where someone said, someday you'll understand this is a gift. And you being like, no, I'm never going to be like that. I never run away from a situation that's energetically ugly. I never run away from a situation that is uncomfortable. I never run away from something and just see what I can take on my way out. I will always go in and save myself. It was never okay. This is you casting judgment. This is your higher self casting judgment on the others that looked the other way as they watched you endure some kind of brutal, like some situation that was incredibly dangerous for you. And so you going in, taking the child out, you're healing, you're going through and this is you going through an inner child healing process in the dream, because you're taking yourself and you're removing yourself from the situation and you're saying, we got to get out of here. But then what did you do? As soon as you left, you started blaming yourself. You go, I'm an idiot. I took someone's car. I did something bad. In that moment, the reversal happened, and you suddenly realized the girl in the, what did you hear the inner child say? What did the inner child say to you? It belongs to us anyway. Why should they get it? Because, and when you turned around, that was gone, because that was you talking to you about feeling badly that you learned tools. You learned tools in that traumatic environment. You learned how to survive. You took something from that environment that has been helping you, and you feel bad about it, right? You say, these aren't mine. I shouldn't feel proud of myself for having survived something. I shouldn't feel proud of myself for having had all these tools that I got in a high trauma environment. What does the higher self say? These are yours by birthright. They're saying that the tools that you learned, you become Strega, right? The tools that you learned in that trauma environment, you should not feel like you have to apologize for. They're your energetic birthright for having done that work and saved yourself. Don't feel bad about the fact that you had to learn some hard things in order to save yourself, because that's the energy says that's how we got out of there. Don't get upset at yourself if you brought some heavy, if you got some trauma along the way. This is ours. This is we own this now. That's like the higher self says, don't feel bad about it. Own it. They were trying to take it from you. This is ours. We earned this, right? Now this brings us to the next dream, because the next dream talks about seeing someone who's carrying their trauma in an unhealthy way. And it has to do with performing for masculine energy. Okay. So the second dream has to do with a relationship. This feels more like a karmic dream because this is talking about a relationship where, again, you entered a situation and it feels like someone who was like not like violating your consent for the benefit of entertaining the energy around them, right? And what's difficult about that is the fact that you said, like, seeing someone who was doing something in a way and trying to like do like just completely not trying. And I want to point this out. This may have to do with how it feels when you converse with this person, that it often feels like this person, when they're trying to talk to you, they're not trying to get to know you, right? It may feel more like they're trying to go at you. It may feel more like they're trying to like poke at you for the to be able to like to build to get favor from energy around them, right? Sometimes we have those relationships that feel like they're difficult because they're like, this person isn't talking to me. This person's trying to show off to another person that they can get something over on me, right? And so what they're saying about the moment of you feeling that act of betrayal in the dream, where you see that person in a cage, you understand the trauma that created that. Because often when we come from trauma environments, it creates fawning behavior or the desire to want to please our captors, or trying to, being like, oh, if you're like, I want the bully to like me kind of energy, right? So like there's something about the fact that you saw that energy was going at you for no reason, and you having to defend yourself, and then everyone acting like you were being unreasonable when you called them out on it. But then seeing them transform into the cage, they're saying, you know the environment that shaped them. You know the environment that was created, that they're saying the first dream gave you indications of what others might do in a situation where something's not okay. They don't try to stop it, they try to become a part of it. They start looting, right? So it talks about the fact that you may feel like you have an uncomfortable relationship with someone because they did not learn the right lesson from their trauma. They became the trauma, right? Because this is all working in the path work, that often when we don't put a stop to trauma, we perpetuate it. So they're saying to me that there's something about that energetic connection that you have a hard time because it feels like you see them perpetuating an unhealthy cycle, right? Trying to have energy instead of trying to stop something, trying to seek someone else's approval, right? Almost being mean for the sake of seeking another's approval. So I see that there's something about that when the energy of the father says, I don't see anything wrong. I saw the tape. You saying, how could you? Because it's almost, again, that the energy that's like trying to gaslight you by saying, that's what I was trying to get you to do. That's what I wanted from you. They weren't doing anything wrong. That's what I was hoping you would also do, right? They're almost saying, like, it's almost trying to say that there may have been some feeling of someone trying to indoctrinate you into trying to please them in the same context. And your refusal to perpetuate a process is why you had a hard relationship with someone. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, a lot of this, they're saying to me, like, a lot of this dream is it's a higher self dream. This is a dream that's being shown to you by your higher self to help you better understand the nature of the relationships that created the trauma in your life, and why something, I keep on hearing why. First of all, it was interesting. They're saying in the first dream, it's showing you why something that you carried with you forward is okay. It's not, I keep on hearing your ability to navigate trauma isn't isn't a it isn't a mistake. It's a birthright. It's a gift, right? It's okay to be able to be proud of it. And the energy of the second is showing you that something that you refuse to do, right? Something you refuse to take with you after leaving that journey is why you have a difficult relationship, because because often when we don't want to perpetuate trauma, we become the black sheep because everyone says, why aren't you doing this? Like, why aren't you like often, often the energy that is perceived in the trauma environment as the black sheep is the energy that says, I refuse to engage in this fashion, right? It's not easy, but that's why. But that's like, and they're saying like they're showing this to you from that perspective to help you understand and build clarity to help you see that it's okay to feel proud of one, and this is why the other one is something that you're trying to avoid. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, we've got 2 spots left for today before the list is closed. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for. On these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person we're reading for today is, we've got Danae. Danae, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Actually, Danae, do not answer yet because we got to 50K. So we're going to do the 50K giveaway before I do your reading. Thank you guys for helping us get to our 50K milestone. I just want to show you this. I just need to show you these cards, Bridget, because they're wild. This is the first dream. Okay. And this is the second dream. And I just think it's wild that you talked about the cage and this was the first thing that popped up. And this is all about the thing. It's all about what you take away from those experiences. Thank you. One is what you take away and the other is refusing to be that way. Thank you so much again. And thank you for sharing that dream with us. All right. I know, I love the cards that came out are absolutely beautiful. Noom, you are after Danae, dear. All right. Hold on a minute. Code word. Yes, we have to have certain code words here. The app does not like certain words. We do our best to navigate it. Yeah, Danae, if you'd like to do a dream reading, totally happy to do that as well, dear. That's not mine. Wait, yeah, you said, wait, that is mine. Okay. I was like, what is like, I was like, what is a boom? It is definitely crazy. All your dreams are mad. I'm just jealous at how detailed they are. Yes, mine today aren't so crazy, more symbolic. All 3 of you need to write fiction novels based on these dreams. I agree. They're intense. Yes. Your fake father, no passing, please. Oh my God, do you think it's your sister? I felt like they were the same. I call bull. Oh, yeah, I call on that. Yeah, trauma without gifts, savage. Gosh, wow, I was the only one in it physically. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, why didn't any of you do anything? Is what I keep on hearing. It's still not okay. Thank you, Taylor. I thought I already healed from all this, though. Wow, beautiful. Thank you, Per. I knew I needed this reading. I'm curious. Happy to read for you on that breath. If you'd like to get on the list, thank you for the roses. My mom is the energy I'm trying to heal now. As you said, she was definitely more in the masculine. Yeah. I mean, again, I keep on hearing like a lot of this, I want to point out a lot of the energy that we're seeing in the stream is navigating passive like negligence. Like there's like in both of these and like in both of these streams, we're seeing a lot of that work and trying to navigate the wounds of negligence. I try so hard not to engage with her in deep conversations, but even the little ones, I feel like I'm in a space of trying to prove her wrong. You're so welcome. And that's what I keep on seeing. Like, I feel like there's something about the fact that you're seeing the dream, the connection is wrestling, which is not someone who's truly trying to build an authentic connection with you, but almost like potentially like trying to build provocation is what I see. You know, I hope she'll understand too. Unfortunately, I feel I meant to eventually move away from her more, sending you support. And I feel like there's something about the dream to help you not feel bad about having to make those choices, right? All right. Hi there, Nikki. 1 second, dear. Thank you. Very on point with every dream we have had so far. I'm so glad to help, Bridget. Nikki, I have a meeting at 11 and 10. I'll let you know. Yeah, absolutely. You're not gonna miss your readings here, dear. Creative, I'm gonna do a different dream. That one is more personal than I remembered, of course. Did you post it somewhere, Danae? Is it in the notes or is it on the Discord? I know, I'm sad. I shouldn't be more than, no, it's okay. Again, we'll be here. Okay. I will never understand how a mother could not protect her child. Sending you, I mean, and again, I think that I see like a lot of this is working through that space of fear, right? Fear is a powerful drug. Only one really bothering me, so it's much. Oh, and I will point out if there's ever a dream, I will say, listen, a couple things about the dreams. I do not have to read the dream out loud. If there's ever a dream or something you want to share with me that is personal for the sake of the reading, I don't have to articulate it to the group. That's why I always ask permission. I will also say that you can have a private reading for a dream if you feel it's too personal to share over the live environment, if that helps as well. Girl, I am not coming back, not for at least 10,000 years. Oh no, I'm gonna get back on the list for the dream. No, creative. You're Danae. You're next now. So let me know. What is okay? So what are we reading for right now? I need a nice long afterlife vacation. I love it. I love it. There's gonna be no more negotiating to try to get you back. Oh yeah, 50K. Yeah, Danae. I forgot. Little goldfish. Okay, wait, Danae. Hold your question. Thank you. Just a little goldfish. All right. So we are going, I'm going to be gifting her. Okay. So I'm going to think of a number right now. I'm thinking of a number right now between one, thinking of a number right now between 1 and 54. First person I see that posts a number gets a reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in order different than you guys post them. No, 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 no. Whoop, 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 whoop. Wait, stop. I saw it. MP, congratulations. You got our 50K giveaway. We will do that again when we get to 100K. Thank you guys so much for participating. Next person we're reading for today is Danae. Congratulations, dear. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And just a reminder, if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, we've got 2 spots left today before the list will be closed. 2 more spots. I need guidance from my light team on this new venture I'm overthinking. I got you here. Yeah, MP, when you have to wait. So you are going to be, you are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're the 8th person read for right now, dear. So I'm going to put you on here. So you'll be read for after Nikki's, second dream. So just stick around. I will call for you when it's your turn. And again, if you can't, and if you're not here when I call for you, you're always on the hold list. So don't worry if you can't, if something happens and you're not here for it. Okay. Can I get 4 cards for creative, please, on the overthinking? I mean, because you're overthinking it, because it's making you step out of your comfort zone. It feels like it's something more about others getting to know you. You know, it feels like more exposure. But I want to, I mean, but here's the thing about it. You know, I feel like you're hitting one of those, like, this isn't an if thing, it's just a when, you know? Um, it's interesting. I just posted something on Threads that is very relevant to this reading. which is um, the desire, like the need to change comes towards us when the desire, when the ability to stay the same is too painful. I want you to think about that right now. There's something about having the it's you got to step out of your comfort zone to grow. Where are your cancer placements? You know, and here's the thing, like it this is I keep on hearing, how do you grow, like how do you do so? Baby steps, baby steps. You know, you don't have to completely reinvent something. You don't have to completely reinvent yourself. Um, Incremental changes lead to massive reinventions. I want you to write that down somewhere. Incremental changes lead to massive reinventions, right? It's not about changing everything that you do overnight. It's plotting something out. It's taking like increments, okay? And you don't, and here's the thing, like I even see you, like if you're not comfortable with something, then what would you be comfortable with, right? If there's something here that you're trying to do and it feels like a little too much, or if there's some kind of opportunity that's being offered to you, um, you know, you don't have to dive in head first. You can say to someone like, this is what would be comfortable, you know? Because I also see a situation. Here's the thing too. Don't like I feel like some like this feels like an issue. I feel like if you're worried about exposure in something, like if there's something, like I almost see you in a situation where like you've got two very different things that are happening in your life. Okay? Like I see that, like this is giving me like you've got some Batman energy happening. Okay? Like you've got some Batman energy happening. And the thing is, you have to understand that if you got some, like, if you're doing something where you're moonlighting, you know what I mean? If you're doing something where you're like Bruce Wayne by day and Batman by night, the best worst problem is if everyone finds out you're Batman. Okay? Like if the Batman situation reaches a point that everybody's talking about Batman, it's not good, it's a good thing, is what I keep on seeing. It's a good thing, right? Because then you could be Batman all the time, right? If you have to remember, if your goal is to one day be Batman all the time, and now you're hitting that moment and you're going, I'm afraid it's hard, it's becoming hard to conceal that I'm Batman. Like that's a good thing, a good problem. That's a good problem to be happening. Okay. I know it's uncomfortable, but but ultimately it's a good thing because it feels to me like what you're recognizing is that something that you used to be on the side is becoming the main thing. And so that's why I keep on hearing, don't like work on those baby steps. Like when you feel like you're ready to take that energetic leap, I keep on hearing you'll know the time is you'll know the time when the pain of staying the same remains is becomes too painful to change, right? You'll know when the time is right because when the time is right, you'll have no choice. Is what I keep on hearing. They're literally saying, when the time is right, you will literally have no choice. You'll literally be like, I can't do this anymore. And that'll be a good thing. So they're saying, like, don't worry, prepare yourself in that way. Like prepare yourself like for the fact that like, and you can look at it like that. Be like, I used to do this thing where like I used to be like Bruce Wayne and then every now and then I was Batman and now like Batman Like Batman's needed more. Like Batman's like more and more. Batman is in demand, right? So that means you got to be Batman more, maybe Bruce Wayne less, right? So it's a lot. Like remember, it's like they're saying incremental, and when that time comes, you'll know it because I keep on hearing you'll have no choice, right? And whether that like, and I keep on hearing like that's going to be that moment that it's going to feel like a relief, and it's going to feel like a celebration, because in that moment that you take that leap, it's going to feel like the natural next step, right? Bottom of the deck on this reading. Is it a big deal, or are you just overthinking it? Is it like, here's the overthinking, and I need to point this out. Like I keep on hearing something from one of your guides going, "What's the worst that can happen? What is this? What are you so what is it?" You know, it like I feel like there's something, and I keep on hearing, um, prepare, like if you like, the nice thing is they're saying if there is a worst that can happen, like if you're like there's no overthinking needed. If there's something that you're worried about, like prepare yourself if it occurs. You know, like it's giving me. I know you've got some overthinking here, but I just keep on hearing a higher self that says, "So what? Why is it a big deal?" You know, um, like I mean, if you like, I keep on, and the one thing I keep on getting around you, and the reason I just keep on bringing this up is I keep on hearing managing expectations right now is key. Every time I read for you, I hear managing expectations. I hear leave someone wanting more, which is don't bite off more than you can chew, right? Um, and again, and I keep on seeing if someone wants more of you, and that's why I keep on hearing, if someone wants more of you, that's actually a good thing, right? Because they're saying that if there's too much, they're saying if there's too much, then you might have to bring something up, right? You might have to start saying like, this is, I have to like, this is what I can do, and this is the limitation. I keep on hearing everything right now is articulated in keeping strong boundaries. And I keep on hearing you can say no, like your no is you don't have to say no to someone. You can say, this is what I can offer you. This is what is in the realm of possibilities. I keep on hearing, don't say no, right? If someone asks for something that you can't do, say, this is what I can do instead, right? And I keep on hearing, like, this is saying to me, like, or this is what I can do for what you're giving me, right? And that's what I keep on hearing, like, don't be afraid to draw those lines in the sand, because I keep on hearing healthy relationships respect lines that are drawn. Healthy relationships don't try to overstep a boundary. Everything you need to know will be answered as it relates to how someone meets that line that you draw. And I keep on seeing, like, don't feel like you need to apologize for having one. Thank you so much, Danae, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. Next person on the list for today is new. New. If and I keep on hearing, if you need to change something, I want you to start it with, I have some great news to share, right? Like your ability of how to navigate something, like if you need to change something and being like, I've got some good news to share, says to another person, this is a good thing, even if it changes something, right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me today. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. if you would like to get on the list, I've got 2 more spots available today before the list will be closed. Next person we're reading for today is New. New, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like, respond in all cats. Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Good to see you. And if anyone else wants to get on the list, we've got 2 more spots today. Well done, MP. All right. It was 38, I believe. I need guide, and I hope that helps. Absolutely. I shall wait. Thank you. And thank you for the follow, Marie. Thank you for sharing the live, Shine. Happy to read for you on that, Marie. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. It's all of that, but I don't know what to do. I don't know you're doing it. You're doing it. Like, I know you say, I know you keep saying, I hear you say, like, I got your guides being like, you're saying you don't know what to do as you're actively doing it. You know what I mean? Like, it's like that's what I keep on, literally, like, you're like, I don't know what to do. Like, you're doing it. Like, you're doing it actively. Thank you as well, Alexandra. I saw that. I saw it was written over and over chalkboard. Oh, you like that, Adina? Guys, make sure you give Adina a follow. I had a beautiful podcast with her earlier this year. Cancer, Saturn, 10th house. I like that. That's a fun relationship with Saturn. That's like time after time energy. Thank you, creative. I've been doing that. I tune in every time you talk about Batman. Ruby's like, you summoned me. Thank you, Ava. What is the Batman thing? I see someone trying to manage 2 different lives is what I'm seeing. Like when I'm seeing the Batman energy. Bart. Sheesh. But Batman is lost in the sauce. But I don't think, I mean, here's the thing. I feel like it's more about like, I feel like they're saying like cultivating, like I keep on hearing this is about you introducing yourself to others, like explaining what it is you do is what I keep on hearing, you know? Elizabeth, resonating since my art post went viral yesterday, and I make art every day, but not professionally yet. That's amazing. Oh, congratulations, Elizabeth. You're a subscriber. Make sure you post it over on the Discord so others can see it too. And congratulations on that. Stefanica, thank you for the hearts. Grand Rising, Miranda, good to see you. And thank you again, Danae, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected as well. All right, we're reading now and thank you for receiving it too. All right, we're reading for Nusrat. Is it a good idea to stay in Dallas or move back? Just move this week. Oh, okay. Well, congratulations on the move. Can I get please 3 cards on the energy? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. I mean, there's something I'm seeing in relationality to this that says like, hold on, I'm just reading into this a bit. I mean, the first thing that's coming through is giving yourself a little time to get acclimated to an environment is what I'm seeing. Because I see something that does feel like there's a bit of a shock to the system. Like it feels to me like there's a little bit of culture shock that's happening here in some way, shape, or form. But that's why I see even now, like giving yourself some time to settle in somewhere is what I'm identifying. You know, like it's interesting because like it's kind of interesting because like I'm looking at you And I'm seeing like there's the energy around you right now is kind of like a dust storm, right? They're saying like think of it like a dust storm, because when there's a dust storm, it's hard to really get a sense of something until the dust settles, right? And I feel like there's something that you've encountered there that doesn't feel like it's like it doesn't feel like it's lived up to the expectations, um, that another person articulated, or something that you were looking for. But I also keep on seeing that you have to think about something that's happening right now as the fact that it's I keep on hearing it's going to be hard for you to see clearly until the dust settles. But the more that you move around, like they're saying, like the more you move around, the less the dust settles, right? So, and I feel like there's something about that that needs to be navigated, because um, I feel like there were I keep wondering there it feels like there were some real reasons for leaving, right? I see some kind of situation of trying to get away from some kind of volatility. Um, but and that's why I keep on seeing like you have to give yourself a little bit of time to see to I keep wondering, giving yourself a little bit of time to see a situation clearly. I also feel like, what's interesting about it, I keep on hearing there's a third place in this reading. So I almost feel like there's like the space that you're in and the location might not be ideal, but there's something about you looking around and finding a place or an area that's better, like going, oh, this is, I keep wondering being like, oh, this is completely different. Oh, this is complete, like this is, you know what I mean? Like almost looking at something and being like, oh, this is much nicer, right? But they're almost saying like it requires you to, I told you, it requires the dust to settle, requires you to like move around a little bit. Like I keep on hearing, like requires you to get a little bit of the lay of the land, as it were. So I want you to like focus, like, and I keep on seeing, if you're not sure, I want you to give yourself a window of time. Say like, I'm going to give this 5 months. I'm going to give this much time, because I do. What's interesting about it is I do see you moving again, but I don't see you going back. I see you finding something in proximity to where you are that is much better, like that feels more comfortable for you. Because I almost see you right now, like I see you at a target, right? Like I see you like on a target, and I see it's almost like you're like in one area that's not great, but you're really close to the area that feels like it's perfect to you. You just haven't found it yet, right? So it almost feels to me like you're getting closer. I keep on feeling there's something about this that feels like you're getting closer to the mark, but they're saying it wasn't back there. And it isn't exactly where you are now, but there's somewhere else that feels like it's the energetic sweet spot. So I'm keep on seeing, let the dust settle before you make any sudden decisions. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, because I keep on getting let your finger, I keep on hearing let your finger. It's weird. I'm getting Yellow Pages commercials. Like let your fingers do the talking. Start looking around, because I keep on hearing there's some stuff you haven't seen, right? I know it feels like something doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like something is the way that you expected, but that doesn't say to me that there isn't something there that might be perfect, right? It's giving me a little bit of growing pains energy. It's giving, and I keep on hearing stretch your legs, right? Something about walking around, something about seeing different areas, something about moving. I keep on hearing stretch your legs, because they're saying like something about looking at different spaces might show you something that you go, oh, right? It's like I keep on hearing it's like it's not that far from you. You just can't necessarily see it where you are right now, because the area that, like, I don't know if this is something where I don't know if someone like oversold you something, or someone said something was going to be like something that you didn't expect. But I keep on seeing that there's something like, this is like a refinement period of getting closer to what you want. And so they're saying, don't like, it's like the solution, I keep on hearing, isn't going back to the place that, it's not just going back, um where you were in the first place, that created the decision to move in the first place, because I keep on hearing, like, that doesn't fix it either. Thank you so much, Nusrat, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 2 spots left for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being Smilayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading, or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, we've got 2 spots left for today before the list will be closed. Also, we are at 53K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. And I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. And thank you, Shine, for the follow. Happy to read for you, Breath. If you'd like to get on the list is open. These are donation-based reads. All right. I mean, I love Jersey, but I'm biased. Same. Thank you. No problem, Danae. It's 111 in Dallas right now. Tap to claim. Sharon, thank you for those roses. Astrocartography. That's what I love. That I'm a big fan of astrocartography. 3rd place. Sending you so much support. As someone who moved away from everyone to no one, it's hard. Give myself some time. No, my daughter lives in Austin. Yeah, I keep on seeing it's something. Yeah, like, it's not exactly like, I just keep on seeing that there's something. It's not, I don't see you necessarily settling where you are, but finding something closer that you're like, this is, like, I see you being like, oh, this is what I was looking for. Like, you being like, yeah, this is nice. This is nice. Is what I keep on seeing. I'm planning to rent an apartment, but I don't know if I should commit to have a lease. Okay, thank you for confirming. And I keep on seeing, like, again, like, they're saying, like, maybe a smaller, like, they're saying, like, think of maybe something, I keep on hearing, like, a smaller lease in some way, right? Something that gives you, like, something that doesn't lock you in, because I almost see you, like, being like, oh, I like it better here. You know what I mean? Like, it gives you some kind of portability in terms of where you are. Simp, who's next on the list? The next person on the list right now is Nikki, but Nikki had to step away. If Nikki is not here, then the next person on the list for today is Cindy. So I'm either looking for Nikki or Cindy. You're so welcome, Nusrat. And again, sending you so much support on that move. And just I keep on hearing, let the dust settle and use your legs, which means, like, they're saying, like, move around, check out different areas. Okay. Before you lock into something for, like, in a long period. Thank you. I'm definitely feeling the itch to move, but I have no idea where to go. Go do an astrocartography, Bridget. I thought we were all talking about Scotland. Yes, Scotland yesterday. I always forget the name. The 2 astrocartographers on here. I adore them. They're great. I had a great astrocartography session with them. Yes, I have to do international. Yes. I get it. All right, second call right now. Second call right now. Oh, Cindy, I got you. I put the note in my payment for. Oh, it's for Bella. Thank you. Okay, no problem, dear. Yes, Dom. Yes, Dom. And what's the other one's name? Oh, yeah, they were great. I had a great session with them. Michelle, was it Dom? Is it Dom and Michelle? I don't know if it's Mitch. I don't think it's Mitch. I think it's Dom and Michelle. All right. Hold on. I'm pulling up Bella's reading. Yeah, yeah, it's not Mitch. Close. I don't think it's not Mitch. Dom and Mitch. I'm like, I'm pretty sure. I have to check. You were close. It's a myth. It's a miss sound. Okay. I get it. All right. Where's it? Where's that? Where is it? Hold on a minute. I gotta find this. I gotta find this payment. Can you just bum, 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 bum. Where is it? Oh, thank you guys for giving. I love it when you guys gift each other readings. It's so wonderful. I'm looking forward to our reading, Bella. All right, we're at one moment. Boom, boom, boom. Where did you send it? Can you give me the initial on where you sent the donation, please? I don't. Okay, I don't need to see it. What am I doing? Um. Okay. Oh, we're doing a mediumship to connect. Oh, absolutely. Oh, wow. Absolutely. Happy to do so. Okay. Can I get 4 cards, please, for Bella? Connection to spirit with that energy, please. This is like, I'm getting something like really, I'm getting something like really intense, and I just keep on hearing things like wrong place at the wrong time. Um, the one thing I'm seeing here is, and it's interesting too because like as soon as I started reading, like I had this like pain in my neck. It was like very intense. Um, but I keep on hearing an energy that says I haven't left your side for a moment. Like the thing about it is, um, like this, like it's interesting too because I'm hearing someone energetically saying, it's hard. It's hard for. So okay, I'm gonna walk you through a little bit about what I'm getting here in relationality to an energy because I see some kind of energy that the moment that they crossed over, they just beelined it for you. Like you are the first thing. Like you are the only thing on their energetic mind. Like just like singular purpose. And I just keep on seeing that there's been something energetically um, with them, and they keep on saying it's hard because how when if someone has never known a moment where you're not surrounding them energetically, how do you communicate to them that they're they're going? How do you communicate to them that you're always there? Because they're saying they don't know what it feels like when I'm not, right? Like they're saying that like they literally keep on saying I've never stopped holding them since I crossed over, right? And so I feel like the difficulty point is like I almost have an energy that's almost always saying I'm right here, but you're so used to them, you're so used to them energetically being there that it would be hard for you to disambiguate the difference between your energy and theirs. Um, because I keep on hearing, I've never stopped holding her, is all I keep on hearing. Um, they're also like, I see someone that's really, really protective of you. And it's kind of sweet because they've got a little bit of this like, they've got a little bit of this like goofy energy is what I'm getting. Like there's a little bit of this energy that's like, I mean in like the nicest way possible. Like it's giving me kind of like a teddy bear vibe. But the thing is, like I keep on hearing, like, I don't know why they're talking so much about the company that they used to keep, right? Like I just keep on hearing, they're like, I keep on hearing them say something like I did not make the best decision. Like I see them going, I did not make the best decisions. Um, but because I feel like they always had to like, or that someone who like would always rush in to defend someone else's dumb decision is what I keep on hearing. You know what I mean? Like they're very like that's what I meant about like having like some kind of like it's giving me a little bit of like almost like grizzly bear energy, which is like, I often would have to step in to protect another person, um, like from their like poor decisions. And that's why I keep on seeing like that's why they like, that's why I keep on hearing something about like the company that they would keep or the people that they would hang out with. Um, because I do have a sense of someone that like was very like like I just keep on hearing someone say like I wish you could see me because I but I almost am getting this sense of someone that says like even though you haven't been able to see me, I've never stopped protecting you. Um, and especially, and I would, I don't know why they're saying, I don't know why they're saying that they go to a lot of effort scaring at the bejesus out of energy that would try to mess with you. Is what I keep on hearing them say. Like, I am actually like getting the sense of someone who like actually like who like works to like I don't know why I'm getting this, like someone who like actively works to like boogeyman energy, like that messes with you. Um, you know what I mean? Like this is someone that says like it's giving me it's literally like I wouldn't be surprised if there's been energy that is set like when they've messed with you. I would not. Okay, I just got to tell you something that's really wild that's coming through right now. If there's been situations where someone has said like, "Have you put? What did you do? Did you put a spell on me? Did you put a hex on me?" If there's ever been those moments, that someone has accused you of doing something to them, this energy is stepping up and going, they're going, they're going, that was me. They're going, that was me. um, because it's like that, like that, like I keep on getting like it's giving me like I told you like it's giving me like this grizzly bear energy. But I also hear someone saying like I'm protecting you, like I'm protecting you from the people I used to hang out with. Like I know like these guys like I keep on hearing someone say like there's some I keep on hearing them use the word idiots. You know what I mean? Like, but I mean like that's like again like that's what I mean about this is someone who like always stepped up to protect someone even if they weren't making the right decisions, you know what I mean, like that's what I almost see here, like someone who like says like I kind of see like giving like this is the type of energy like the first time was a mistake, the second time's a lesson is everything I keep on hearing. Like you get one I keep on hearing someone say you get one hit. you get you get you get one hit, you know. um but I just keep on seeing that there's just there's so much love, like, and I keep on hearing like, you know, the only thing that feels like the frustration point around this energy is that I keep on hearing the fact that they're so close to you that it would be hard for you to be able to tell where their energy ends and yours begins, because the one message they keep on saying to me, and especially like my arms, like a lot of the arms and shoulders, I would be curious about this person's like Taurus placements, because I just keep on hearing someone say like I've been embracing them, like I've been embracing them this entire time, you know, like I've never stopped, like they're like I keep hearing them say they're my baby, I'll never stop holding them, right? And I feel like they've kind of like moved into that space of being like your emotional or energetic like bodyguard, you know? It's really beautiful. Bottom bottom of the deck. And I say it, and like, you know, and that's the thing about it. Like that's what I mean about like the energy kind of moving into the space of protector, because like I just had like a minute, I was like, what was that? Because like there's a little bit, I gotta point out, there's a little bit of this boo energy around someone here. Like there's a little bit of this boo energy around someone, which is like, I don't know if this was someone who like they're like, I know how I look. Like it's giving me a little bit of this energy who's like, you know, like not afraid to like the same they're saying like the same energy that can come from a place of love. They're saying they also have figured out how to like make like boo energy with. And like boo energy is being like, you better not mess with her. You better not mess with her. So I would not be surprised, like, you know, like I would not be surprised if there's been some like, you know, if someone is dipped out of your life without much explanation, if someone like if someone is like dipped out of your life when they started messing with you, I would not be surprised if this is like if they had something to do with it, because I just keep on seeing like I keep on hearing someone say, I just keep on hearing someone say over and over again, the first time is a mistake, the second time is a lesson, which is saying to me like I don't know if this is something that they used to say to others, which is like the first time someone messes up, right? Like the first time someone messes up, you know, everybody deserves a second chance. You do that again, now it's time that you like now it's time, like now it's time you learn an energetic lesson is what I keep on hearing. The next time, like, you know, the next time, now we all get to learn something kind of thing. Um, thank you so much for, and I feel like I don't know if there's someone else. Is there a brother energy? There's someone else here, you know? Like they keep on saying like you're not the one that they're worrying about, you know? Thank you so much, because I feel like yeah, like they're more like the thing is like they're more like I keep on being like You know, like I see them like going like I keep on seeing them going like this and rolling their eyes and being like, they're too much, like I keep on hearing they're too much like me is what I keep on hearing. You know what I mean? Like that's why I keep on they're going like this and they're rolling their like, and I think that's where the pain in the neck came, which is I hear them saying that this is not the pain. They're going, this isn't the pain in my neck. Like they're going like this. They're they're going like this and they're rolling their eyes. Thank you so much for like yeah, like look, like they're like look, like they're going, you don't give me any problems. Them like thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 2 spots left for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give in. What were they doing with their hands? Why are they going like this? Did they play an instrument like this? If you have any, sorry, 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind that there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we're reading for, I'm still looking for Nikki. If Nikki is not here, we're moving to Angeli. Thank you so much. And let me just read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. And thank you for gifting that reading to them. Oh, I'm sorry, Bella, not Cindy. Thank you, Cindy, for gifting the reading to Bella. Mick, you were close, Bridget. I never had a reading with them, but I should now. Thank you for also being here, Per. No, they're great. I recommend them. They were great. Thank you for the support, guys. I've been doing a lot of inner child healing. Continue to do that work. My mom said he held me as much as he could in real life. I keep on hearing I've never stopped holding. Like I just keep on, as soon as like this is someone, like I literally see someone be like, I saw the light and I said, you know what you can do with that light? Like, they're like, you know what you can do with that light? You know what you can do with that light? I was always in his lap. Thank you for supporting you, thank you as well, Angel. So endearing. He was 100% Italian and we're from Chicago. Lots of connection. Yes, thank you. I keep on hearing them say like something about the company they kept and then the word idiot. Like, right? Like it's giving me a little bit of like save me from myself, but like in a sweet way, right? In a sweet, if you understand what I mean, like they're saying it in a sweet way. Pat, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. Thank you for the follow. Very stoic for everyone, mushy for family. Oh my God. I love your light team. Again, thank you. My screen name is the term of endearment. He always called me. Oh, honey, that's beautiful. My dad passed when I was 18 as well. So protective. He took my billies. He took your billies. Whoa, that's intense, MP. Oh my goodness. 200% relates here. Grateful for whoever booked this. Thank you as well, MP. I have 2 older brothers. They keep going like this and rolling their eyes. So happy you got something from this. Thank you guys thank you for each other. Thank you for supporting each other in the live, guys. This was so healing. Thank you, dear. Again, it's a gift to be able to read for you. An iron worker. Yeah, I just keep on seeing like there was a lot of this, like there was something like heavy in the hands and the necks and the shoulders. She deserves the world. You're so welcome, dear. Oh, that's awesome. And yes, Susie, the list is open. All right, we're now reading second call for Nikki or Angeli. Nikki or Angeli, if you're here, can you please let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question? And if Angeli is not here, we're actually reading for Taylor. Taylor, if you're here, I'm looking for Nikki, Taylor, or Angeli right now. Nikki, Taylor, or Angeli. And just a reminder, guys, we are at 55K. Hi there, Taylor. And thank you, Bridget, for gifting. I love when you guys gift readings to each other. So thank you, Cindy, for gifting the reading to Bella. And thank you so much. And thank you as well, Bridget, for gifting your reading to Taylor. And thank you so much, Susie, for getting on the list. The list is now closed. If you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have additional cards in your reading. And if you stick around, once we complete the readings today, I will do 1 card readings for subscribers. So just hold on tight and we'll get there shortly. All right. And guys, we're also at 55.2K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Also, when we get to, when you tap the screen, it encourages the live to be pushed out to those who haven't received these readings before. Danae, I've got you, dear. Absolutely. You're before Susie. All right. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Okay. Hold on a minute. I was going to say, it's going to be really awkward if that was what. Okay. All right. Higher self reading today. Can I please have 4 cards for Taylor, please? 4 cards for Taylor. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. Thank you. I mean, it's interesting. You know, I feel like, Taylor, I see some kind of situation or circumstance. I keep on hearing you've got a split life path, but which isn't a negative thing, you know. And I feel like they're articulating this to a certain extent because I feel like there's some kind of situation or circumstance that you're trying to resolve because you feel like you wasted your time doing something, and you didn't, because I just keep on seeing that. I see the first half of your life, like I see some kind of situation where um you were trying to meet another's expectations for you. And there's something about this that feels like it was an energetic release. And that's why they're saying it wasn't time wasted, because and I keep on hearing, like, it's interesting too, because I keep on hearing that the first part of your life you had to be in Saturn energy. And why is it saying to me that it has to be in Saturn energy? Because again, often when we're in Saturn energy, when I read for Saturn energy, it's having to prove to another that we can do something, right? It's giving me a little bit of this, like, anything you can. It's sometimes and it's just the way I read for Saturn energy, which can sometimes feel a little provocative. You know, being in Saturn energy can often be like, anything you can do, I can do better, right? And I just keep on hearing you going through. I just keep on seeing some kind of path work with the first half of your life being like, I just keep on hearing, anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you. No, you can't. Yes, I can. No, you can't. Yes, I can. No, you can. Yes, I can. And so that's why they're saying that. And then I feel like you had them. So you're right now, like, you did it. Right? And the problem when you're in the Saturn energy is once you do it, you sometimes go, is that all there is? Right? You go out of the Saturn energy, you're like, I did it. Crap. Like, because then you go through the dark night of the soul, like after you finish that song, because you're just it's like, it's like, oh, I did it. Oh, okay. Now what? Right? So I feel like you're in that moment right now, right? And so I want you to remember that often, like, sometimes we have to go through those Saturn cycles so that we can come through that moment and say, next one's for me. I wanted to do that. And that's why the guides are saying that wasn't wasted time, because I feel like you had to go through that process so you could look like, okay, like I can see you almost going through a process with someone. Like this is like you fulfilling a soul contract with someone in helping educate them on something, and you being like, all right, now watch. Now I'm gonna do whatever I want. Right? I see you being like, I see you being like someone, and I think it's really important that you literally, and I just need to point out, you said that as I said that, you said the feed cut out, right? Because there was something that you had to go through in that way, that you had to look at someone and say, I did that just to show you I could. Now I get to do whatever I want. Now, like now you can't hold that over. I see you almost having to say to someone, you can't hold over what you did for me because I did it too. And now I can do anything I energetically want, right? Like that's why they're saying that was not lost time. They're saying that was not lost time. That was you. Like that was you being like, this is you having that. You're in that moment right now that you're now looking at someone being like, and for my next trick, you know what I mean? Like, I want you to kind of remember that, right? That's why it's not lost time, because you're looking at someone and saying, I fulfilled the obligation, right? I just did that to show you I could. Now I can do it. Like, like there's a little bit of this energy here. And I can see, and I can see you kind of going through like some kind of moment right now that energy is going, what are you doing? Like you're ruining. I see you literally doing something. Everyone's like, you're ruining everything. And you being like, no, that I never wanted to do that in the first place. I just needed to show someone I could, right? Is what I'm seeing. So they're saying, the time isn't lost. It's going to give you a leg up on something. It's giving me a lot of this like fresh beginning energy, but I feel like it's because, and I would be very curious about where your Saturn return placements are, because there's been a lot of Saturn energy coming up in this reading. I feel like this is the time that you're going to show someone that anything is like, it's not even about like, and that's the thing. I keep on hearing, this is the time that you say, this one's for me. Like this is, I see you almost saying that, like, I had to do that to show you I could. So now you can see like what I can do when I put my mind to it on something I actually want to do. Like something I have my heart in is what I keep on seeing. So I want you to be patient with yourself right now. I want you to be, like, I think that there's something, like, I keep on hearing that you had to prove that you could do anything that another could do, so that when you started doing the things you really wanted, another person would know that it was an intentional choice, right? There's almost something here, and that's why I keep on hearing none of that is going to be lost. They say like these are the shoulders, like that is the shoulders by which you're standing on something. The experience that you built is going to like work to your benefit in a way. And they're saying think about that too. It's not requiring you to, um I keep on saying think about, it's not about throwing away that work entirely. They're saying think about it as something that gives you a leg up. They're saying think about it as something that can fortify, some kind of pivot or direction that you're heading in right now. Because I feel like the thing about this is I can see that there's some energy around you that's like mortified But I almost see you saying like, stand back. I need some room for my next try. You're usually saying like, just to stand back. Like you got to give me a minute so I can show you what I'm doing. Right. I know it looks like a mess, but this is like, it's giving me a lot of this pardon our appearance energy. Yeah. Um, you know, don't, I keep on seeing, don't, like I said, I feel like the big lesson is don't feel like you're catching up on something. I feel like don't feel like you have to compare yourself right now to another, right? Like I keep on hearing, remember, this is yours. And the song you will hear when you're innovating on something. What is the song you will hear when you're doing when you're doing something in a new way? You're doing it wrong, right? The song you will hear when you're innovating on something is you're doing it wrong. So I want you to think about, um, you know, not worrying so much about how you see others doing things, but learning and building into owning, like I keep on hearing, owning your own story, owning your own experience, right? Not feeling like you need to distance yourself from something in the past, but almost saying like that's what makes you stand out from others, right? It's not, they're almost saying it's not about having to distance yourself from that past. It's about almost celebrating it and saying like this gives me a unique perspective. This gives me a unique take. This gives me a unique niche, as it were, right? It's not requiring, I keep on hearing, it's not requiring like a complete like disassociation. It's requiring an energetic celebration. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And I keep on hearing because something about that past experience gives you a unique perspective. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Taylor. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but you will be the second person on the list for tomorrow. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read on these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we're reading for today, Nikki is back. We are doing a reading for Nikki, and just a reminder, the list is closed, but anyone who gets on the list right now will be added to the list for tomorrow, and we'll have an additional card. We are also at 56K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. And I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. Okie dokie. I got you, dear. Yes, thank you for confirmation, Taylor. 1,000%. So anticlimactic. Did you just have your Saturn return? Thank you for confirming what I was seeing. My feed cut out. What part of that did you? Well, Taylor, I will point out if you feel like you missed any of it, if you head over to my place where we keep the videos, the feed probably will not have cut out there. So you'll be able to find it there too if you missed any part of it. Hi there, Nikki. Now you're taking orders for yourself. Exactly. What is the next step? Doing whatever you want. I feel like there's a lot of this. I just changed careers and now I'm like, oh shoot, did I actually want this? Thank you. But I keep on seeing following your bliss right now, right? Working in the context of working towards identifying and recognizing, like this is saying to me, you're going through some growing pains. That's the plan. Be creative as possible. I am not user J. I'm dreaming of Saturn hard to break this pattern, floating away. Oh, I love that, Nikki. Villain. I don't know if it's villain era. It's not. I keep on hearing that's the thing about it. I'm saying it's not your villain era to follow your bliss, is what I keep on seeing. Ava, the list is closed, dear, but I've added you on the list for tomorrow. Yep, it's okay. I've been doing no comparing. That's the thing. You can't listen. Comparison is the thief of joy. It really is. Don't compare your path to others. I'm in doubt. No, you're so welcome, Taylor. And again, thank you for having that reading with me and wishing you so much luck on your journey. Also giving you a heads up, Sin, my question will be a little heavy. Okay, Susie, thank you for letting me know. SZA lyrics. I don't even know these lyrics. I'm like, is that it? I'm like, oh, did you make that up? The goldfish. All right. Next person we're reading for today is Nikki. Nikki, are we doing a dream? I've been saying that a lot. Comparison is the thief of joy. It is. It absolutely is. Like no better prayer than staying in your lane. All right. 2 dreams. Yes, on Discord. All right. Well, Nikki, we've got the first dream, and then we've got Cindy. Hold on. No, we've got the first dream, and then we've got Angelic, and then we've got the next dream. Okay. All right. So we're doing one of the dreams right now. And just a reminder to those joining us, the list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. And when we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. If you're joining us across the other apps as well, if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you can. It did feel like a lot like cycle breaker energy, right? Because it's like the energy is like, and now I stop. You know? All right. And again, we are going to move into 1-card readings for subscribers once we get to the end of the list. We've got currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more readings. All right. Just bear with me a moment as I get to the reading. All right. Hold on. There's 2 different dreams from Nikki, so I'm trying to make sure I'm reading the right one. Okay, I've got 2 dreams here. All right, cool. So we're doing dream number 1 right now. Okay. Yep, I see it. All right, first dream. I had a dream where I met with my partner, and he was actually an overweight Asian man. I was confused. How did I think he looked so different? Honestly, he kind of looked like my boss that I dislike. Then it was if I'd married this person, and I was thinking, I don't think I can do this. And I realized it wasn't my partner. And I was like, oh no, now I'm stuck with this random person. Where is my partner? Will they understand? Keynote, we are long distance. But then this strange person was in my bed, and I just wanted them to go away. I was stressed about probably needing to become intimate with this person. And at one point, they tried to make advances, and I was like, no, stay on your side of the bed. I think I might have something to do with the past relationship where I had some uncomfortable coercion that occurred for several years. But I just kept thinking about how much I wanted my current partner, or what my current partner would think. Okay. Yep. Absolutely. Thank you so much for this. Can I please get 4 cards, please, for Nikki? 4 cards, please, for Nikki in navigating the stream. All right. So what's interesting about this stream is the thing that I keep on seeing about this dream has to do, it's an intimacy wound. And I want to stress this, that I think the thing that really helped focus us on the most important aspect of the dream was the immediate connotation that you made as it relates to the past relationship. And the reason I'm seeing that there is an intimacy wound that's being navigated here is, and I think you articulated the fact that we're looking right now at a relationship that's in the past. and a relationship in the present, but that also has um, energetic physical distance there. Now, a lot of this that I'm seeing as it relates to the wound has to do with the anxiety point, and we often have to experience this as it relates to relationship, right? And we often experience this when we're growing in partnership with another person. um, One of the difficulties that we navigate with an intimacy wound, and I think that you, and this is why it's bringing the past back to the present, is the moment when we build into intimacy and we suddenly feel that someone isn't the person that we thought that they were. Now, you identified and you articulated this in the space that you recognized, and you said, I had a past relationship where there was a lot of coercion. And the difficulty with coercion is, and what's so painful about coercion is someone that feels like they use the love that we feel for them to their advantage, right? It's a lot of that moment where the love no longer becomes love and someone tries to say, I thought you'd do anything for me, right? The love that starts feeling conditional in relationality to what another person wants from us, failing to be respective of our own emotional comfortability. And what's effectively happening here is I see that in the relationship with your current counterpart, you're working to heal, right? You're working to heal that intimacy wound. But at this, and the problem with an intimacy wound that we work to heal is it creates it feels so triggering because it starts to make us feel the same, like I keep on hearing, like the uncomfortability of having to navigate the energetic violation of the past. And so, what they're almost articulating is with the identification of the anxiety point of describing a scenario in the dream where you thought you were with your current partner, but then the partner is, you're like, who is this person? Right? It is the identification of the fear of the same scenario occurring again, right? Which is that sense of saying, what if I come to know this person and they start to do the same thing? What if they start to move in the same space of coercion, which was being identified by the sense of someone who you suddenly felt was a stranger, like moving towards you, right? But this is the important thing about this dream. And I think that this is the thing that's really beautiful about it. You very quickly, even in, and I keep on seeing, like, what's interesting about it is, like, I keep on, you know, even in the space of the dream, and we saw this is something that's happened in your other dreams right now, and I feel like your guides are helping you with this. And I want you to remember that this is something that we saw in one of your other dream landscapes as well. You woke yourself back into consciousness again, right? Because that feeling felt so afar from what you've experienced with this person that you were like, that's not him. He would never do that. Who is this guy? Right? You're like, who is this guy? Because it felt, and it was saying to you, like, again, it very much, and I feel like this is not the first time we've seen this in the dream, which is the energetic shock is trying to show you how separate, like that, whatever. And I feel like I would not be surprised if your past relationship, that person always had some creepy energy, right? Is what I'm getting. I feel like there may have been some kind of indications in the past relationship of someone that always had some kind of like creepy energy in that way. Like it almost felt like you'd be like, yeah, like, that makes sense. But the fact is that even in the space of the dream, you're like, this is not, who is this? Right? Because it's reaffirming to you, even in the dream, that's not their energy. They would never, right? And even in the dream, you were like disbelieving the illusion of the dream. You're like, that's not them. And so like the guides are almost saying, like, you don't have to worry about that because you're so good at reading energy. You know the difference But I keep on hearing, you know the difference between like someone who is always creepy. Like, I mean, like you know the difference between someone who is always a bit of a creep, right? So I'm getting someone who's always a bit of a creep. It's not surprising when they become creepy, versus energy that like wouldn't ever even dream of moving towards you in such a creepy fashion. Bottom of the deck on, yeah, and here's the thing, like you woke yourself up from the dream because you were like, this isn't like the important thing about the dream was the moment that you disbelieved in it. You're like, this isn't them, they would never do this. Boom, you wake up because you're like, you couldn't even, like, it was so beyond, like it's to show you that that's not going to happen again, because it's so beyond the experience that you've had with another person, that it literally roused you back into consciousness because you stopped believing in the dream, right? It's like it was like a reaffirmation. Like the whole dream was a message from your guide saying, you're not going to expect that. Like you're not going to receive that, because like the past energy, and you said like you're like this person, you saw that stranger in the dream, you're like, this is just like that other person. They've got the same energy, right? You're like, that's the same energy. This whoever this is similar to that, whatever that was. Like the energy I'm with now, completely different. So it feels like it's almost like that moment that's helping you understand and reaffirm that that's not going to happen again, because you can tell the difference. Thank you so much, Nikki, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. You can also get on the list for tomorrow. You'll be the second person read for. The next person on the list for today is, I am looking for Angelique. Angelique, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those readings. All right. Thank you for the compliment, Vlek. And thank you, Hey Bale, for the follow. Hold on a minute. Okay, and Ava, thank you for subscribing, dear. It was so bizarre. No, I can see it's an intimacy wound. Like healing the intimacy wounds are always really creepy dreams. It was so bizarre. I don't think so. And I have had similar dreams. It's a little scary in the moment sometimes. Yeah, I think it's like the fear of that kind of thing. No, it was definitely the fear of that happening again. But there was something about the fact that even in the dream, you recognize that it wasn't them, that just further affirmation that that's not going to occur. Yes, I completely understand. I've been through similar things, unfortunately. Sending you guys so much support on those journeys, right? I felt like a toy. And that's the thing, like they're saying, like energy senses energy. You felt that energy. You're like, this is just like that. This is them. But you're like, this energy would never dream of that. Right? Exactly. I'll do anything for love, but I won't do that. And thank you for the follow. Hey. Hi there, Per. Wow. Thank you for the compliment, Black. Thank you as well, Hale. No one can fake you out ever again. Exactly. Beautifully said, Bridget. Thank you for confirmation, Nikki. Nikki's 100% in control. Yes, she is. She is like, abort. This isn't the first time she's noped out of a dream. I will point out, I really appreciate Nikki's ability to nope out of a dream. Oh my God. Thank you, Hey. Speaking protection over you. I love it. I love this. Thank you, Hey. He always had this side to him I didn't really understand, which I think is why I stayed to fix it. Yeah, and that's the thing about it. Like they're saying, that you could, like that was always there in them. Like the dream was almost like showing you, being like they would never. Like that was the message of the dream. They would never, right? Yep. You see, I don't think they would ever be like that, but I've been triggered, and I know that's not him. And they're saying like that's going to come up, right? So they're saying that even in the dream, like that's how you're going to work yourself through it. Be like, this is not that. They would never, you know? Yep. You got the ick in your dream. No, they totally got the ick in the dream. Yeah, in the dream, I was like, ew, it reminded me of my ex for sure. Exactly. I love this group. Oh, I adore you being a part of it as well. Oh, I love you guys too. I was like, oh, yep. I woke up feeling like funny, like what? No. So thank you for the clarity. Yep. You're so welcome, dear. And Vicky, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. All right. Second call right now for Anjali. If Anjali isn't here, We're going on to Nikki's second dream. Okay. It's Nikki dream time. All right, Nikki. Nikki, we're going to do your second dream now. And just a reminder to anybody joining us, the list is closed, but if you'd like to be on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. Oh, I imagine. I mean, again, Nikki would probably be very good at astral work. Yeah. All right. Oh, Angeli's back. Okay, Nikki, hold on, dear. We're going to hold on your dream and do Angeli's reading. Oh, it might involve all of us. Hi there, Angeli. Can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? No, you didn't miss anything, dear. It's your turn. I'm just making sure I didn't miss your note. All right. And can you just let me know, Angeli, if we're doing a general, if you have a specific question? Right on time. Oh, you wrote your question. Oh, no, that's perfect. Thank you for letting me know, dear. Just bear with me a moment as I pull it up. And just a reminder to anybody joining us, if you ever have information that you would like to share with me in relation to a reading, you can either send it in the notes when you send the donation, or if you are a paid subscriber, you can post it in our subscriber only Discord channel that is designated for those things. All right, just bear with me a minute, dear, and we'll get to you. All right. And just a reminder to anyone who missed the Daily Collective, it will be up later today on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church or over on my Substack. All right, reading for Angeli right now. There we go. Okay. Okay. So we're going to be keeping the information around this private, but can I please get an energetic read on that connection? 4 cards, please. Highest party messages from Spirit. Whoa. Extra one, huh? You know, speaking about intimacy wounds here, um, I see, I gotta stress, I keep on hearing somebody say, I'm soul searching, which is like, it's giving me someone who's like going through one of these moments that like they haven't, it's like giving me a lot of this like protect me from what I want kind of energy. You know what I mean? Like this is, I feel like, and I feel like there's something to like, I see you in a space that I just see you in a space that you don't like you're good with yourself is what I'm seeing. You know, like I just see something here where, you know what you want. There's a lot of clarity. There's and I feel like the problem here between you and another person is I see like, I feel like you say things from your chest. Like you're very, there's like a lot of openness around you. Like I see you almost having to say to something, there's nothing to be ashamed of, you know? Like I see like I feel like I see you and I see someone that I don't know why like it's giving me like the best way I can describe it is it's giving me like none energy, if that makes sense. Like someone who's like, no, this is terrible. Like, you know what, like this, like I see someone that is working through their feelings or their emotions, like something that's within them that they need that they need to solve, you know? Like they're still in conflict um with with what it is that they want. And that's why I got to tell you right now, you cannot force a connection like this. Okay? You cannot force a connection like this. All right? You're not pulling someone into, like, you are not a vice, right? You're like, they need to heal from whatever anxiety or fear makes them feel like they need to repress the things that are within them. Because and the only thing, like, I don't want you, like, I don't want someone looking at you like you are their temptation, right? Because like that is the vibration that you have to say to someone, like, look, like, I care about you, but I'm not gonna play it's not my job to get you out of your shell. Because often what happens when you try to pull someone out of your shell, they go, they made me, right? Like, I didn't want to leave my comfort zone, right? So I want you, like, I feel like there's something about this here. I can see why there's something painful, because I think that this is a situation where you have to say to another person, look, this is what I want with you. Like, this is what I would like between us. You know, the door is open, but I'm not pulling you through it. I'm not, it's not my job. It's not my job to help you. Like, I see you saying to someone, I'm not your, like, I'm not a place for you to work out your shame. I'm not a place for you to work out your complicated feelings. That's, you do that on a therapy couch. Is what you like, you do that on a couch, right? You don't do that with me, is what I keep on seeing. Because I feel like the problem with this, I just want to show you these cards to show you the difference I'm seeing in this situation. Like, this is you. Like, look at the possibilities, right? This is them, right? Like, that is completely, this is like, and one of them is in daylight, right? This is the energy that says this, like, this is the celebration point, and this person being like, this is my secret. Like, this is almost like being like, this is my secret. This is like, oh no, right? And you being like, yes, so, and so I feel like, again, like, the question is, like, is there something there? Yes. Have they accepted it? There's a lot of volatility here. So I want you to be very conscientious in relationality to being clear about, like, what it is that you would like with another person, but then saying, like, ultimately it's not your like, you can help someone through it, but they cannot project it onto you. Bottom of the deck on this, yeah, because when I see someone in a cloistered energy like this, the only reason I get conscientious is it becomes very easy to project on another person, right? It's that moment of being like, everything was fine until you came along, right? You, like, you created this like, your like, I keep on saying, like, your love is not a temptation, right? But if someone hasn't accepted how they feel, they can try to project it on you, like you're coming into the space of energetically tempting them. And that's why I keep on seeing that you have to kind of say, like, look, like, I'm not going to cross over your own boundaries. You say it from your chest, or you don't say it at all. This isn't like this isn't like I keep on seeing you say to someone like like this is not a space for you to like work out how you feel about doing something. I can see you saying to someone like I can be here to help you through that, but like I need you to be in a space of being strong enough to like I keep on hearing like they have to be able to say what they want, right? Like they have to be able to be they have to be in a space of saying like we're doing this, not something that like I keep on hearing none of this halfway energy, none of this like oh I don't know like they need to know what they want. So if you're being clear with what you want, make sure that they're using their words. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Angeli, and sending you so much support on that journey. And if this message connected, because I just see someone like working through a space where they're still releasing a lot of like healing from the past, like there's a lot of this here. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Angeli. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to go on the list for tomorrow, you can do so. Also, we'll be moving to subscriber readings as soon as we complete the rest of the readings today. We've got 3 more readings before we move to subscribers. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. I just pictured a cocoon. I agree. Also, I would like to see if someone on the list would be willing to move their reading to tomorrow by any chance. I just want to make sure that we have enough time to accommodate the 1-card readings. I was picturing it very, very similar to the cocoon, Nikki. All right. Susie, you are after Danae. So we've got 1, 2, you're the 3rd person we're reading for. You're so welcome, Nikki. All right. I'll be right back. No problem, dear. Now I want coffee. Yes. That's understandable how she would still be feeling conflicted. From what I know, she's still very, yeah, that's what I'm like, that's the thing that I'm seeing right now, and that's why I keep on seeing like making sure that they're not in a space that they feel like you're tempting them, but that they've kind of taken like that energetic ownership for the things that they want. Yes, absolutely. Thank you for confirmation. It's scary. Exactly. It's scary to figure out how to navigate that and how to move forward with us in a romantic. Yep, I see it. And start to explore these feelings. And so that's why you can say to someone like, look, like this is what I want, but I'm not like you have to be one like I can help you through that, but I don't want you to feel like I'm pushing you out of like your comfort zone. So I see someone, they're struggling with it. Exactly, Bridget. Like you made me do this. I wasn't ready. When you were just being authentically you, tap to claim. It's also hard because I'm not sure how to move forward in a way that she feels comfortable. We're gonna. Yes, I want to do 1 card today, Lisa. That's very understandable. There's a lot of healing. I mean, this is something that I keep on hearing. They might need to get outside support with some of that, making sure that they're not projecting it onto you, right? Like that's what I keep on seeing. Because I see them struggling. Am I still in there? MP, yes, absolutely, dear. It's hard for me because my intuition feels so sure. No, you're right. No. Like, yeah, the feelings are there, but the problem is you're celebrating them. They're conflicted about them. And that's the thing. They need to resolve the conflict that they feel about those feelings. Hi there, Kimmy. You can wait till tomorrow, Danae. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I will add you to the list for tomorrow. All right. Your dream's long. Okay, excellent. We'll have more time to work on it. I don't want to rush through it. Yes, my relationship can be hard. It takes a lot of work and a lot of patience. All the good ones do, Rusty. Yes, us mutual, and we have lots of moments between confirming that. But sometimes I doubt myself and secondly guess myself because she will sometimes saying some things that talk about. Yeah, that's what you see what I'm like. That's what I meant about working through like accepting and not feeling like you're tempting. right? And that's why they might need to get some outside support for that. Because I keep on hearing like they shouldn't have to work them through you. That's something that they need to work on their own to a certain extent. Thank you as well, Lisa. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Yeah. But that's also, I mean, again, that is a perfect situation of something that could probably feel very painful for you to receive from them. Again, just further confirmation. And thank you. And I hope this reading helped and sending you so much support on that journey. All right. Next person we're reading for today is Nikki. Nikki, we're going to do that second reading. And Rusty, thank you for subscribing. And just a reminder, if there's anyone who can be held for tomorrow, I would appreciate that. I just want to make sure we have enough time to hit all the 1 cards today. And anyone who gets moved till tomorrow will have an additional card in their reading. Nikki, hi there. How are you doing? It's my day. All right. Reading second dream for Nikki today. One moment. Okay. Thank you, Rusty. It's hard. I know it's worth it. Sending you so much support on that journey, Sim. All right. Second dream for Nikki. Dream where I was in New Orleans with a group of girls. Some I think I knew, some I didn't, in this apartment. There was drama over laundry. We had to send our clothes out to get washed, but it kept not being done. So we were all down basically to no clothes. I remember a lot of cooking and drinking happening in the apartment. There was a man outside, and we felt he was being creepy. We kept trying to get a picture of him, but it was nearly impossible. He kept going behind things as soon as we tried to click the camera. Then he noticed we were trying to get pictures of him, so he pretended we were just taking pictures of Bourbon Street. I remember one of the girls' names was Ruby, so it feels like it might have been about the woman in this collective or something. No idea. Okay, interesting. Can I please get 4 cards for Nikki on that dream? Yeah, the thing about the dream that I'm seeing to a certain extent, it's interesting, and I have to stress this. It feels very much in connection with the first dream that you brought up. I would be curious about whether you had these dreams in the same night, because I feel like it's trying to show you how far you've come. There is a unifying theme. Thank you for confirming it was the same night. There is a unifying theme that we see across these 2 dreams, and that is the creepy energy. Okay, the creepy energy. And the thing about the creepy energy that I'm seeing is the creepy energy can't hang. It never says what it means, right? It's a lot of like the articulation. It's actually it was like both of these dreams need to be read in the context together, because they're a dialogue on creepy energy. And the reason that they're saying that creepy energy is creepy is because creepy can't hang, because creepy just never talks about, like, creepy never just says the things that they want to do. They just skirt the sidelines, right? Everything is done over the it feels energetically coercive. And I need to point this out. Like, here you are in this like energy that, and I feel like the energy of the dream and being in New Orleans with a group of girls in your apartment, like, there's a bliss there, right? There's a bit of that energetic bliss, because it sounds kind of like goofball energy, like you're you're cooking food, you're drinking, you're running out of clothes, so it sounds like you're having a party, right? It sounds like you're having a grand old time. And this is why and meanwhile you got this creepy energy here, right? And the reason the energy is creepy, and I need to point this out, the idea that you are running out of clothes is actually talking about how we navigate intimacy. So it's more of a conversation on intimacy, because you're saying that as you're drinking and as you're cooking, right, as you're sharing meals together, as you're getting drunk, you're getting more vulnerable. You're shedding the layers of the self. And you're running out of clothes, but you don't care. You're having a party. That's what happens. We'll get them done. We'll figure it out. Who is that? What the heck? Who was that guy? Right? Because it talks about how the coercive energy feels when we love ourselves, right? When we love ourselves, when we've got that solar plexus, that thing in like our heart chakra in check, we just talk about the things we want, right? We're open books. Nothing to hide here. I'm very proud of it. Yeah, like this is what I like. This is what I don't like, right? It's the sharing circle. So it's talking about the fact that the energy of being in the sharing circle is one that you can say anything and you feel like it's welcoming, right? When you build into that space of being open in the realm of intimacy, it's like the arms that embrace. But when someone's creepy, when they haven't healed, feel like they have to keep everything they want a secret, it's the worst because you never know what they want, but they're always trying to lean you into the direction of what they hope something to go in, like go into is, right? Ugh. And it's like it might not even what they want might not even be that bad, but it's the way they go about it. It's the fact that they don't ask if you want something, right? They try to like they try to creep it, they try to just, push something in the direction, right? The clothed energy outside far creepier than the naked energy inside, because the naked energy inside is just celebrating the vulnerability, but the energy that can't be vulnerable, can't talk about what they want, tries to force things, tries to nudge things into the direction because it speaks more about the fact that they haven't healed what's inside of them, which is why they have a hard time building connection and everything feels creepy that shouldn't feel creepy because it's not the creepiness of what they want, it's the creepiness on how they go about it, the uncomfortability of not asking, the fact that they're just doing something again, leering in, not asking if they can come in because they haven't learned the act of being vulnerable enough to be able to speak from their chest and ask permission. Bottom of the deck, yeah, it's the same dream in different forms, right? It's working through, it's a karmic dream. Both of these dreams are karmic dreams because they're saying you don't encounter creepy energy with someone who's healed because they're not shy about the things that they desire. They're not shy about the things that they want. They're not trying to move something into position, right? They just say it from a place of vulnerability. So they're saying in a certain extent, like they both of these energies, these were comparison dreams. They were showing you the difference between what it feels like when someone is like, trying to be energetically coercive, right? In a way that makes everything feel awful, even like something that is harmless, right? Versus the energy that just like lets their flag fly, right? Like just allows themselves to embrace how they are and celebrate themselves. That allows for that feeling of innocence and joy because that is the energy that's done the work on like like it's all about releasing shame, right? It's all about that space of feeling that celebration point. So I feel like it's interesting because it was a dialogue on the energy from the past and why it felt the way that it did. And again, reaffirming that what you're experiencing back then isn't what you're experiencing now. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. Next person we're reading for today is MP. MP, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? I'm also asking again if there's anyone who's on the list for today who would mind being moved to the list for tomorrow. We're just a little short on time today, and I want to make sure I have time for all of the one-card readings. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. And I'm glad that we were able to do that reading today, Nikki, because it really is important that you see both of those together in the same context. Susie, are you okay moving it tomorrow? Thank you. I really appreciate that, dear. All right. So everyone who's been moved to tomorrow will have an additional card in their reading. Thank you guys so much. Okay. And the next person we're reading for today is MP. Yes, same night. Thank you so much. It is. It's all about navigating the intimacy wound and helping you understand why something felt so creepy. Through the city, and I was like, yep, and through the city, and I was like, this is unsafe. Yep, exactly. Like again, it's the fact. It's like the energy that's like trailing behind, right? It's just like, what are you doing? Like, and not articulating what they want. I wonder if it also has to do with the other recent ex creeping into my energy. Well, they're saying like it's a lot of that, right? Like it's a lot of the energy that doesn't want to, like when we don't just talk it, like when we don't just like, I keep on hearing like this could have been an email, right? Like energy will hover around the periphery instead of just speaking from their chest. Creepy, you can't hang out. Yeah, exactly. Creepy can't hang. Like that. Honestly, the main message of the reading is creepy can't hang. Creepy can't hang. No, the laundry was like becoming more vulnerable, right? Oh no, we're running out of clothes. you know? And who made it weird? The energy outside made it weird. Yep. Don't be suspicious. Exactly, Bridget. Not me thinking that spirit came in the freaking room. Thank you, Bridget. Very accurate representation. Thank you. I had to do it like that. Thank you, Bridget. Sorry, I was looking for a real person for a sec. Why were you so why were you trying so hard to get a pic of him? I think we wanted to turn to him to, you wanted a pic of him because you're like, you wanted a pic of him because again, you wanted to identify like they weren't making you feel safe, right? So they're saying like having like the whole dream was you getting a pic of them. That's the irony part. The dream was you getting a pic of them. Yes. My last ex was very creepy. I think it may have been him. Like we're trying to expose this person. He was stalkery, so it would make sense. I feel like maybe it's I got a lot. Got hold on. Um, I feel like maybe it's like I got my girls with me for those creep like, and that's the thing. You were being energetically protective, right? You were trying to like. I think it's important that you were saying that your context, and I think that this is important. Your whole way of navigating it changed when you're protecting others from it, didn't you? Right? Like I would pay a lot of attention to the difference between how you navigated it when it was just you and the energy versus when there were others involved, right? Because it may talk about how you take a different tactic when others are involved in it. No, they were great dreams. Thank you, Nikki. All right, I've got you, MP. A message from my oh yes, absolutely. All right, MP. 3 cards for MP. Message from the energy that's crossed over, please. Wow. They're with somebody there. Everything I'm seeing here. I see someone with them. Um, and I just, I also see a situation or circumstance. I keep on hearing someone say, I stuck around as long as I could. You know, I just keep on seeing someone say, like, um, I wouldn't have missed a minute of it. Everything I keep on seeing, like, I just see someone that said, um, like, and I feel like there was somebody here that like really really focused. I don't know if this is someone that knew that that their time was short, but I almost have a feeling like this is giving me like someone who kind of sensed it in some way. And I just almost see someone that said that they made it like they committed themselves to trying to tell you everything that you needed to know, um, because they were doing it all for you, like Like you were the reason, like something did not have meaning until you arrived. And I almost like, I feel like there's something too about them saying like, I hear someone saying how much stronger, like I keep on hearing she's stronger than I ever could have been because the things that used to terrify me, she's not afraid of. Like I see someone who is doing their best to white knuckle through something. You guys shared an energetic connection. They have the same connection. I feel like you and another person, this is getting, hold on, you and another person have like a deep connection to spirit. But sometimes when you have a connection to spirit, this is why it's important that you build in a spiritual context. Because sometimes you've got a connection to spirit and you're like, you white knuckle through that, you go, like, I didn't see that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it sometimes can make it harder. Like I see someone who, they struggled. They were battling things. But I keep on hearing someone say, where I battle, she dances. Wow. Where I used to battle, she dances. And I think that a lot of that is because they're saying that um, you don't operate in a fear mindset. You know, you don't like you don't tell yourself like they're saying like you don't try to remove the like I feel like there was someone trying to remove the fear, and that's the thing about it. You can't. The thing is, you can't fight fear. I hear someone talking like this is a heavy thinker. They're saying to me like they're saying you can't. Hold on. They're saying you can't fight fear. You try to fight fear, you become fear, right? Like the more you try to fight fear, like you become fear. So I see someone who approached the world like in a battle. And the thing is, when you feel like you're in a battle with fear, and when you feel fear is overwhelming, the fear feels like it's winning. But when you embrace, like when you just accept that the fear is there, you know, and that's why I keep on hearing someone say, where I battled, she dances. Because I just see you being in a space that, you know, you don't you don't fight against it. I feel like I see you working, like I see you working with it. Um, I would be very curious if you do something in the space of therapy or something where you help others with their fear, because I almost see the fact that like I see you transmuting fear in some fashion, that has a profound effect not only on yourself but on those around you. And I keep on seeing like, and I feel like in that way I see someone that's saying it was all worth it, because somebody seeing how much I battled with it, they're saying if seeing me battle with something taught them what they needed, um, to be able to dance through it, then it was all energetically worth it. Um, Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I keep on seeing someone say like, I was never the strong one. I tried really hard to make someone think I was strong, but I was not strong. They were always much stronger than me because I tried to be. I keep on hearing them say, I tried to be strong, and they are strong. Um, and so I see that. I feel like they stay very close to you. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. And I keep on seeing like they're just experiencing and articulating how proud they are of you. Um, Thank you so much for having that reading with me. Oh, sorry. Thank you so much for having that. Sorry. Oof. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, MP. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages. I keep on hearing them say, "You are my swan song," is what I keep on hearing them say too. So I feel like I needed to communicate that too. Thank you. so much for having that reading with me, Effie. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The next person on the list for today is, the list is actually, and thank you guys so much. We are actually going to now move into one card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber and have a card and would like a card pulled, you can put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, you can hit that subscribe button, and I'll be happy to pull a read. Just, they were very deep thinker, very and like angelic energy. Like there's a lot of wheels turning there. It's very intense. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Empy, and congratulations on winning that 50K. All right. Yeah, you see how protective you got? And that's the thing I need to point out. When you were tolerating it, when you were like alone, you're like, but when there was somebody else, you were like, no. When the same thing happened to me, I was like, happening to my friends, I was like, nope, you see? Exactly. Yep, you were Leoing that. Yep, we're gonna get this. You see, like that's what Leos do. Leos are like, but when somebody else are like, all my family, sending you so much support on that journey. Oh, that's what I kept on seeing. I kept on hearing we. Whenever I was reading for it, they're saying we are they're with they're letting you know they're over there with others. There's somebody standing right next to them. And thank you guys for sending each other support. He knew his time was up. Thank you. Wow. He worked nonstop to save up money for us. Oh, very beautiful soul. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. And again, my dad always said, I worked so hard, you'll be okay when I pass. He taught me art, and I'm a full-time artist now. Thank you so much, Empy. And thank you for sharing that story. Thank you for sharing this with us. He was also ready. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Thank you as well, Dwayne. Thank you as well, Bridget. Where I battle, she danced. Yeah, that got me. I was like, what would you? I'm like, help me. I gotta tell. I never drank alcohol. I'm a dancer and oh God, I'm a dancer and an artist, and he taught me art. Thank you so much, MP, for letting us have that reading. Thank you for letting us read for you, and thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Dang, now I want mediumship reading. You see, this is why they get me every time. All right. They hit so deep. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for supporting each other. One card for Susie about Elle and how they feel right now. I feel like they're trying to embrace change. You know, I feel like I see someone that like has a hard time with change, but is trying to like work through the fact that change is the only constant. Bottom of the deck. You know, I see, like, I hear someone being like, I could have handled that better. You know, I see someone looking at something and being like, you know, like I see, like, I feel like someone's being a little bit hard on themselves in relationality to how they handle the situation, Susie. Hold on a minute. Just looking. I just lost my spot. I'm just trying to find it again. You know, like it's like it feels almost like embarrassed, Elle, if that makes sense. Alexandra, one card of advice, please. Rest is like, you know, don't overextend yourself. Rest is not exceptional to work. It's a part of work. So make sure that you're prioritizing rest right now. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, you need to make sure that you can recharge. You know, I feel like you're like, I feel like if you too have too much fire in your chart, you may also feel like rest is the enemy. Rest is not the enemy. Rest is what recharges us. So make sure that you're prioritizing. It's not exceptional. It's integral. Lisa, there's an energy pulling Do you want information on the energy pulling? Creative, one card on romantic love for creative, please. Um, you should not have to deduce what another person wants. If they can't tell you what you want, what they want, they're not for you. Your manifestation goals are not going to be too much for someone that wants what you want. Yeah. It's not the first conversation. It's not the last conversation. It's the first conversation. If someone doesn't want to give you clarity on where something's going, that's all you need to see. Healthy energy understands that talking about what you aspire for isn't the promise of giving it to each other, right? It's making sure you're on the same page. Yes, Lisa. Oh, can we identify the energy pulling on Lisa, please? Is it like a, it does, is it a bad tug? Because it feels to me like something almost like I feel like I keep on hearing a tug upwards. Like this is, hold on, bottom of the deck. Yeah, like how do I describe this? I feel like you've energetically broken a cycle in some way. And so what's interesting about it is they're saying to me, it's not that the energy's new, it's how you're experiencing something, right? Like it's actually saying to me, it's the energy you're feeling for having broken a cycle. You're like, what's that thing tugging at me? It's like that's the cycle you broke from away from is what I keep getting. No form of committee. Bridget, one card on the cute guy you saw at Pilates. Ooh. Um, yeah, I feel like I see someone who is like they I feel like this is someone who hasn't done something before. Like it's giving me like new routine kind of energy, right? I almost like I see someone like speaking, everybody's breaking cycles right now. I see someone who is trying to make some big changes in their lifestyle. Yeah, it's giving me like someone who's like, I'm like, this is new. Like I keep on hearing someone go like, "New year, new me," and being like, "But it's April," and being like, "No, no, no, I made some big changes recently." You know, like I just see something here with someone who's like, trying to stick to some kind of energetic commitment, um, like not to go back, like to not to go back to something is what I keep on seeing. Haley, highest priority messages from Spirit for Haley, please. Um, be intentional. Don't let anyone trigger you right now. You don't owe anyone an explanation about anything. You know, bottom of the deck. Yeah, I keep on hearing it's not polite to insist. You know, if you've said something to someone and they're not taking the hint, they're saying it's not your responsibility to feel like you have to constantly repeat yourself, right? Energy that won't take the hint will often say you're not being very nice, right? Instead of recognizing that they're insisting. Like you don't have to be nice for energy that's not being mindful of what you've asked for. One card message from Nikki, please, from that energetic connection. I feel like I see someone that's going through some feeling of regret in relationality to something that you're having to navigate right now. Like I almost see someone who's saying, like, I wish I could be there to help you through something. Because it shouldn't be this difficult. It shouldn't be this complicated. On the deck. Yeah, because I would be there to tell someone to give it a rest. You know, sometimes like here's like sometimes we need, like, again, I feel like sometimes we all need, like, you know, I feel like I feel like I hear someone say, like, if I were there, I'd tell someone to give it a rest, is what I keep on hearing. Alexandra, actually having that conversation with that person, ripping the Band-Aid, sending you support on that journey, Alexandra. Whitney, one card for Whitney, please. Go for it. New idea, new project. You never know if you don't ask. Never hurts to ask. Yeah, remember, like a no might mean a not now. Don't be upset if you try something and you get a no, because a no now might be a not now. Like you're planting a seed. Marisol, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Susie. Yeah, we're doing one card readings right now, Minnie. Thank you for supporting each other in the live. Ava, one card in the connection with R, please. They need to figure out what they want. None of this hot potato. Not about like changing my mind. It's not about changing your mind, but being energetically consistent in your decisions. Yeah, no hot potato energy. Right? Like none of this grass is always greener. Right? It's like, you know, consistency. I keep on, like, I feel like someone is trying to heal from like some kind of like, you know, I keep on hearing comparison is the thief of joy. Right? Like when you're constantly comparing yourself to others, like your everything you have turns to like ash in your hand. You're being summoned. I love it. Per sheesh, I'm changing my reading for tomorrow now. I want my mom. Oh, sweetheart. Thank you. Spot on, Haley. I had this issue 1 hour ago. Thank you, sending you support, Haley. He's open to new things. Yes, exactly. I feel like I keep on being like, I don't know what I'm doing, is what I keep on hearing. V, emotional health for V, please. You've got this. I want you to tell yourself, I'm safe to feel my emotions. As long as you're doing the work of understanding what the emotions are asking for. Move them into productive spaces. Bottom of the deck. You're healing. I know if something hurts right now, I want you to remind yourself you're healing from it. You know? Like, I feel like there's something here. It's like, you know, I see you working in a space of like honoring the emotions doesn't mean it should be your responsibility for having to fix something. Right? It's okay to have needs. And it's okay to work through something and being like, I feel connected to that because that was a space that I felt strongly. The emotions sometimes get overly connected to places where we haven't had our needs met because there's an uplift in the connection of emotions because it's the pain we experience. So don't confuse feeling energetically connected to a place that kept you in lack just because you felt very strongly there. Thank you, V. V, you turn their world upside down. I love it. I love how you guys support each other in the comments. All right. Hold on a minute. Hi there, Maharana. The list is closed today, dear, but we will be back on tomorrow. I'm also doing one card readings for subscribers if you'd like to become a member. I see why. She's sending you support on that journey, Susie. All right, 1 minute here. One card for Minnie on guidance on navigating upcoming Saturn return. 2 cards coming up. I want you to remember, have the day you're having, not the day you expect. Right? Letting go of expectations. Looking at situations and say, what do I need to bring to this instead of what you're demanding from it? Bottom of the deck. Yeah. A lot of like working in the context of understanding that adaptability is an energetic gift. It's not about forcing things. It's about looking at a situation and arriving in a way that allows something to move into a better space. I'm trying. It's like it feels a lot. It feels a lot like you finding flow state. I'm trying to do some last minute stuff. Continue sending you support on that journey, Per. You're so welcome, Alexandra. Lala, one card for relationships, please. Be honest right now. Again, your authenticity is not going to drive anyone away that's for you. It will, like, there is no rejection. If you're in your authenticity and someone rejects you in that space, that is not for you. I don't care if they look like your manifestation. Be wary of false manifestations, as someone who looks good on paper but doesn't feel right. One card for rainbow. Not to stay with me. Can I get one card, please? It doesn't feel so much like energetic pressure. It feels like, indulgence is what I'm seeing. Yeah, remembering, like, in something indulging isn't healthy, because often when we indulge, we let someone feel like that we're giving them something that's not good for them, right? It's like it's working in that space of saying, like, I keep on hearing indulgence isn't healthy, right? Like it feels a little bit like someone like I keep on hearing indulging is negligent, because when someone can have like too much of anything, that isn't good. It's actually energetically unhealthy, is what I keep on hearing. I feel like my new love is coming in for a lot of us. I appreciate that. I like that vibe, Susie. Sending you so much support on that journey, Rainbow. I hope things reach a peaceful resolution. One card for It's My Day, strength I need to have a clarifying conversation. Absolutely, dear. Don't don't jump to conclusions. Just state things and ask questions, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah. Don't create an accusatory space. Be like, look, I'm having this conversation to understand something. Right? If someone gets reactive when you're just trying to get clarification, that tells you all you need about the situation. I'm not sure about that, Bridget. You're so welcome, Maharana. Hope you have a beautiful day. All right. One card. Thank you. Spot on. Thank you for confirmation, Haley. Chrissy, one card on how they're feeling. I feel like they're working through some feelings of unfairness. I see someone trying to address an imbalance in their life. Bottom of the deck. I see someone going through like some massive changes too. You know, like I see someone like just, I keep on hearing someone say, I've been looking at something the wrong way. Right? So it feels almost like someone trying to navigate something that they think that they may have been looking at in the wrong way. But I also it's giving me a lot of energy, like there's a lot of volatility there. You know what I mean? Because I feel like it's making sure that they're not projecting it outward, but working towards what they can adjust inwards. Hold on a minute. And thank you for having that reading with me, Chrissy. One card for Elizabeth on career, please. Just focus on be like many roads, is what I keep on hearing. There's many different roads to what it is that you're trying to move towards. So don't get overly focused on just one. Yeah. Like I keep on seeing, like, just move things, like, don't get stressed about a single thing right now. Move things in a lot of different directions and see what works. Thank you for the follow. And what? One card for Addie on recent good news. Yeah, this feels positive right now. Bottom of the deck, as long as they stay consistent in it. Consistency is key. So I feel like it's like someone coming to an authentic space and being able to hold that vibration. Yes, he keeps reaching out, but not, we still want different things, which makes it difficult. Sending you support on that journey, Ava. Yes, Rainbow, I pulled your card, dear. All right, one card on my husband, meant to move. Okay. Yeah, this feels, I feel like there's something about, it feels to me like this is going to be the year. But I almost see, like, it feels like the plans happen this year, but the move happens next year. Yeah, like it seems like it feels like this is the energy of the plans moving into place. That resonated. You're welcome, V. You're so welcome, Lala. You're so welcome, Bridget. Sound advice. You're welcome. It's my day. Like I can hold on, and thank you as well for sharing the live, Kate. It feels like someone who, like, it's like when someone gives someone too much of something, then they say, like, to another person, like, you don't let me do anything. Like, it's that kind of energy. You're so welcome. Have a wonderful day. My friends, we've reached the conclusion of the reads for today. I'd like to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing them. If you became a subscriber today, welcome. I would encourage you to join us over on the subscriber only Discord channel. And also make sure you introduce yourself in the landing page. On the landing page, and if you head over to the perks section, you will find a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our Tarot Church classes. Our next class will be held on May 14th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I'll be live, go over to my profile, hit that bell. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow, because sometimes this app doesn't like to push when I've gone live. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for spending your afternoon with me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a beautiful day, everyone. Take care.